Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to all.
Hello. Very good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, we'll be starting the program after half an hour, madam. We'll start around exactly by 9 o'clock.
Oh, well, I'm early then. I'm going to get out and come back in. Thank you.
Okay. Just today we'll just cooperate with us so that we can run this program smoothly.
No problem.
Thank you very much. Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes. So very good morning to everyone, as well as good evening to some of the participants from all over the world. And I think they're having around 6 to 7, 8 to 9 p.m. As we completed yesterday, day one of the conference, it was a nice. We have here a lot of information from all the professors, especially from the USA. I think Dr. Geneva has explained me everything during what are the precautions to be followed during the COVID-19, as well as we are very thankful to Professor Nachila, one who handled the program during the session. So now we welcome Professor Sise Shivasindhi from Debre, Berhan University of Ethiopia to start the presentation so that we can start the session. As some of the participants are away from the session, they will be joining alternatively. So I welcome Dr. Sesi to start his presentation. Hello. Hello, Dr. Sesi. Sesi.
Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
yes. You can start your program, sir, so that we can run the program as some of the participants will join the later.
Okay, I will start now.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, good morning for someone who have at morning, and good evening for someone who is at evening time. So I will start my presentation. I will try to share my slides if it is possible. Okay, I will try to share. Is this visible?
Yes.
Hello? Is this visible? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So I will start my presentation. As you observed on the slide, my presentation assessment of perception, adherence, and challenges towards the preventive behavior of community on COVID-19 using health belief model. I'm Sisai Shwasinat from Ethiopia, Debre University. It is my group members who participated on this preparation. And this is my presentation outline. It is the introduction part. On this introduction part, as we know, it is an respiratory virus. It has starting from a common cold to severe acute respiratory syndrome. It may end up with days. As yesterday stated, it is first observed in Wuhan, China, and the WHO declared as it is a public health emergency for January 30. And the best way for the prevention method, this is avoiding being exposed to this virus. So to prevent this exposure, one, the population should have appropriate knowledge regarding to COVID, and they should follow recommended preventive measure for COVID-19. When you come to Ethiopia Demographic Health Survey, it is 2016, 48% of women and 20 8% of men aged from 50 to 49 have no education, and 4 from 10s and 7 from 10 women are illiterate. The rest are illiterate. As we observed on the curve or on the table, it indicated the detail. When the education status increased, the percentage also decreased. So it is a challenge. And when we are observing the most common reported clinical symptoms, as it is tested yesterday, fever, diarrhea, fatigue, sputum production, and also it may be diarrhea and vomiting maybe the symptoms. So it may be vary from patient to patient, the patient condition, and in different situations, they may have different variants. And when you come to about 80% of reported cases in China have mild to moderate disease, and 30.8% have severe disease, and 6% were critical. So as we know, the incubation may be started from 5 to 14 days, and it may prolong up to 28 days. And most of cases in Ethiopia, around 92% have no symptoms, asymptomatic. It also is a challenge for the implication of this recommended preventive behavior. When you come to the up-to-date, up to September 15, the world, there are around 29 million confirmed cases, 7 millions, around 7 millions are mild condition, 60% or 60,000 are serious or critical ill, and around 21 million are recovered or discharged, and there is 932,000 deaths worldwide. In Ethiopia, the first case was observed March 13, and there is around 64,000 confirmed cases and 344 seriously ill, which under critical care, and 25,000 recovered and discharged, and there is 1,022 deaths were reported. This outbreak on the East and Horn of Africa expected to be far-reaching and more catastrophic. It is a beginning. It may be hard unless appropriate measure is not taken. And what makes this more catastrophic? Population size, the status of health systems, and health workforces are worsening, or it may affect the outbreak. When you are observing the situation, there is different around availability, even availability of drinking water in urban area. It might be totally it is 65%. And is this visible? Hello? Hello?
Yes, yes. Yes, it's
It is visible?
yes.
Okay. And 97% at urban area and 57% have rural area. When you are observing the sanitation related issue, it is 6%. It is that much not functional, or it is difficult to implement this situation. And Ethiopia is the second most population nation in Africa. Most probably it is next to Nigeria. So this condition may favor for this epidemic. The average household size in Ethiopia is around, according to IDHS 2016, 4.6 members in one single room, and 47% are under the age of 15. And when you observe this, the fertility rate, you can observe from, it is somewhat decreasing from 2000 up to 2016. And the number is high in poor population, or who have the lowest income have high family size when it compared with the wealthiest one. It is also the challenge for this COVID-19. And as you are observing the population pyramid, it is the Ethiopian Demographic Health Survey. When the outbreak is started or it is declared with WHO, the Ethiopia takes some measures regarding for the prevention method. One, passenger screening, especially in the airport area. And after April 8th, the Ethiopia declared a state of emergency. This state of emergency include closing school, restricting of use of public transportation, banning large meeting, suspending sporting and religion gathering were prevented. And most commonly adopted, that is the recommended preventive measure that is recommended by WHO was adopted as other country done in Ethiopia, but they have different implementation. According to DHS 2016, hand washing with soap and water were observed in 28% of urban household and 7% of rural household. It is the EDHS, Ethiopia Demographical Survey report. And water, soap, and other cleaning agents were absent in 43% of urban household, as well as 68% of rural households have no this washing material or cleaning agents in their house. So why we are preferring this self-belief model? This self-belief model is a theoretical model. It is important, especially when there is increasing an individual prediction on health behavior. This is the health belief model, what they included. And on the health belief model, there is modifying factor and individual beliefs. With these individual beliefs, maybe perceived susceptibility, perceived severity of the disease, perceived benefit, barrier, and self-efficacy, and so on. So this may come to with cues to action. So when you are generalized this model, if an individual will take health-related action related to certain health condition, especially when there is outbreaks, if the individual who said that we are perceived susceptible plus who are perceived the severity of the disease plus who are understanding the preventive method is perceived benefit minus who is overcoming with a barrier have taking this condition. So we'll observe these things in our study. The main objective of this study is to assess perception, adherence, challenge towards the preventive behavior of the community on COVID-19 in North Shoa zone. It is the specific objective as displayed on the slide. Study setting, it is North Shoa zone. It is one of the zone in Amhara region. The zone has around 523,000 households. The study takes 1 month for full May, and study design, we are using cross-sectional study design with mixed method. And sample size determination, we use multi-stage sampling. We are starting from the zonal to the kebeles region, and we are classifying into strata, urban and rural strata, and we are selecting 30% of the district to be representative. Then we are selecting the 7 districts and 2 districts from urban area. Totally 27 kebeles were addressed, and cluster sampling was used after this strata is made, and 683 participants were participated in our study. Online platform is we are using Google Forms, and the questionnaire was adapted from WHO survey tool. And to check this internal consistency, Chrome patch alpha was calculated. Then we are using mini score to say susceptible and non-susceptible, and others we are using mean score. And data collection, the data was collected by health professionals by using mobile telegrams, or we are sending the link for them, because as we are observing, most of the respondents are illiterate and no accessibility of different things. By maintaining the preventive method of this COVID-19, the health professional collected the data accordingly, and the collected questionnaire was checked on daily basis for completeness, and pretest was taken before the actual data collection. The collector data was taken from Google Form to Excel and then transported to SPSS for further analysis. Then confidentiality is taken for p-value less than statistical value 0.05. And ethical approval was taken from Debre Berhan University, and the purpose of study was explained to the participants, and all information obtained from the participants will keep secretly, and oral informal consent was obtained for the participants. When you come to the result part, there was around 100% response rate, and 57% were male, and the median age was 38 years, and high numbers of the participants were married, around 72, and 51% of our respondents not attend formal education. It makes this knowledge part very difficult because most of our government transmitted this COVID-19 related education through media, leaflet, and so on. It may be a challenge for addressing, and around 55% were from rural, and 36% were farmer, and 82% have no chronic illness. It is a good thing that we observed. And other challenge, around 46% of respondents have only one room. So around 60% of the respondents shared beds with family members. And around 80% or 50 to 542 participants have social interaction even after the outbreaks or the declaration of this COVID-19 in Ethiopia. Regarding to knowledge on COVID-19, around 47% of the participants have inadequate knowledge on COVID-19 prevention method and signs, symptom, and on different issues have inadequate knowledge, and 53% have had wrong risk perception for COVID-19. And generally, around 45% of participants said that perceived themselves susceptible to COVID-19 infection. The most, that is around 55% said that we are not susceptible to this COVID-19. So according to health belief model, who are not said susceptible, they are not adherence to this, the preventive method. So this qualitative description was supported with the following respondent speech. One of the health professionals from Debre Berhan town said that COVID-19 is the worst disease which attack any color, ethnicity, and religion. But respondents from the community said that COVID-19 is from God. It is our sin. I'm an old. I do not afraid days, but I am afraid absent from church. And as a respondent said that we are not susceptible to COVID-19. Ethiopia is a promised land, not affected by COVID-19. So it is supported with, as we observed, knowledge also have an impact on this susceptibility. It is general questionnaire that incorporate this susceptibility issue. So as yesterday presented by Dr. Geneva, most of the community reflect this disease of old. Do you think these only old people are susceptible to COVID-19? Around 23% are said that it is the disease of old, and it is explained detailed on the table. Perceived severity of COVID-19, around 83% are perceived that this is a serious illness or infection, even if I believe that we are not susceptible. So the qualitative finding said that it is from Qoto Warada. It is one of our study area. COVID-19 is a disease which affects a lot of people with a short period of time, and it is highly contagious disease. So regarding to preventive measure or barriers, around 46% had barriers to COVID-19 infection. There are barrier. If they are not over tackled this barrier, these adhere to the preventive method not maybe effective. So the qualitative findings support that. I need to wash my hand, but there is no water within 3 days in the town. And there is shortage of sanitizer. Even we did not get to buy it. And as a respondent from different study areas said that it is difficult to get mask, glove, and most of the time these are much costly. And using face mask also in hot area is difficult. And as a respondent said that due to small number of infected person, decreased days and increased recovery made the community ignorance of preventive measure, and even students from university gathered together. Even if the university is closed, they are gathering together and they are playing different game, and even they have wrong perception and they are insulting the health extension worker who educates the community. And it is the finding. It is the finding. So it is difficult to find water and soap at any place. Around 47% are there is no water, and there is a scarcity of face mask, and there is around 50% sanitizer and so on. It is a general question on barriers. And when you come to the benefits or perceived benefit, 57% are perceived the usefulness of applying this recommended safety measure that recommended by WHO. Even if there are different perception in the community, when we are observing the qualitative finding, respondents from Debre Berhan town said that hand washing, using face mask, sanitizer, and keeping physical distance prevent from COVID-19. Other respondents from rural area said that hand washing is meaningless. For me, the preventive method is pray to God. But the government prevent me from church. So I do not worry about hand washing and others. It may be the government strategy to attack the church. We will save by God, not by hand washing. It is the respondents' perceived benefit of safety measure to prevent COVID-19 infection in North Shoa zone. It is the general part. Regarding to adherence level of community towards COVID-19 prevention, the overall adherence of the community on recommended safety measure, around 45% have applying recommended safety measure. Others have no implemented. So more than 50% of the community did not implement this recommended safety measure. So it is difficult to not adhere. So the most burden is towards the health professional who are giving the care for the seriously ill as well as for others. And this finding is supported with challenges to implement this. Hotels and governmental organizations ignore their hand washing facility. There is a facility, but it does not fill with water and adequate cleaning agent. And also, for the community, preventive measure implementation is so poor. Even they are not volunteer to measure their temperature, especially in bank area or in transportation area. In some areas that the community is gathered together, they are taking body temperature. Even they are not volunteer to take their body temperature due to different factors. And During the beginning of the pandemic, the community had used prevention measure in a good way when it compared with the current situation. So when the case increased, their using this recommended safety measure is decreased. And in some area that the community are taking parts on planning and this COVID-19 prevention, they are taking a good things. So we should incorporate not only health professional, other multidisciplinary are take place. So in one orada, the community leader said that there is no wedding ceremony in our kabale based on the government order. So the community elder or there is that social support didn't give tent for this who have ceremony. In other areas, the community are usual, they are gathered together at hotel, drinking house, marketplace, even wedding place. So there is no consistent implementation of this COVID-19 prevention measure unless we are not incorporated this the concerned body. When you come to, I'm using different home remedies, one of the respondents, to prevent this illness rather than governmental recommendations such as holy water, feto, lomi, garlic, and ginger and other honey. So as most of the community use this home remedies rather than this governmental recommendation, but it is better combining them together. It is the level of adherence. So I have practiced recommended hand washing for at least 20 seconds only, always applied by 80% of the participants always wash their hands for at least 20 seconds. And the others are presented here for the sake of time. It is what we do. Factors associated with inadequate knowledge on COVID-19. So male respondents were 31% less likely to have inadequate knowledge when it is compared with females. As we observed in Ethiopia Health Demographic Health Survey, males were highly learned than female. So it is maybe the factor that may make the male less exposed. When you come to someone who have less family income or who have lost income have 6 times higher inadequate knowledge when it compared with the wealthiest one. And respondents who have no formal education have 2 times higher when it compared with who have higher education on inadequate knowledge parts. So factor associated with adherence level, the odds of poor adherence on safety measure on COVID-19 were 38% less likely among household members who share common beds. So who share common beds have higher poor adherence when it compared with someone who have no shared. And poor adherence also observed around 2 times higher among community who perceive they are not susceptible for COVID-19 than the counter. So who say not susceptible for this COVID-19 have poor adherence. It is 2 times adherence for this recommended safety measure. And who perceived that who have barrier said that around 3 times higher for poor adherence than others. So on conclusion, the adherence level of the recommended safety measure to COVID-19 it is around 44%. That indicates low adherence on the safety measure of the COVID-19. So recommendation, we initiate policymakers and programmers that respond to the community need based on health belief model. So, and also, it is important to improve the community COVID-19 prevention behavior by providing information, education, behavioral change, and communication. Ensure the quality of health profession in public facilities, especially quality of health professionals should be provide training as yesterday I think Ima or Ala presented on this issue. So frequent training should be given for the health professionals, and the existing healthcare units professionals should be work coordinately with other sector. Police unit, transport unit, religious leaders, and others should be incorporated. Health extension program should be encouraged. Health education should be given, and appropriate material should be addressed for the community as well as the professional by health government. And further research has to be done by triangulating with qualitative method, case control, and court method should be done. We acknowledge Debre Berhan University, North Shore Zone Health Office, study participant, this conference organizer, and you conference participants are acknowledged, and it is sample reference. And thank you for your attention. It is the end of my presentation. So welcome for comment, suggestion, and any other issue. Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much for your.
I had a question.
Okay, welcome.
You stated that they were out of water for 3 days and didn't have any sanitizer. That was one of the barriers. Is that correct?
Yeah, there is no water in the areas around 3 days, the absence of water, and even there is no sanitizer to buy. Even if it is costly, there is no availability of sanitizer in the study area. That makes them, it is also as a barrier. I got you?
I think that
Okay.
So some of their barriers were just, it wasn't in their fault, it was the situation's fault.
What?
It wasn't their fault, it was the situation's fault. The reason why they had those, they weren't doing what they were supposed to do is because they couldn't do it. Is that correct? Because they didn't have water for 3 days and they didn't have any sanitizer.
No, the first thing, it is, as stated before, around high numbers of the community said that we are not susceptible. Since they said we are not susceptible, they are not bothering on adherence of this issue. And they also correlate with the government political issue. So if they are correlate the political issue with the government, they are ignoring the order that is coming from the government or from higher official. And also, the plan should be involve the community. Planning without the involvement of the community and the individual and the religious leader and the community leader, it is impossible. So it may lack this the involvement of them. So it is what I have. As I got Geneva.
I visited Ethiopia in 2012 and I went to the Ministry of Health in Addis Ababa.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, beautiful country. Beautiful country.
Okay. Yeah, a beautiful country. Okay, thank you.
I was at the World Congress on Public Health.
Okay, yeah. You are
2012, yeah.
Okay, okay.
All right, very good presentation, very informative. It's good to see things from another country's point of view. Very good.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Geneva.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Sesi Chivanda, for giving this valuable information.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So
see you again. Goodbye.
Yes,
okay.
Next, we will invite Dr. Sabrina Ranbach from USA to give her valuable presentation. Hello. Am I hearing Dr. Sabrina?
Hi, how are you guys?
Yes, yes,
Good
we are
morning,
fine.
good morning.
Good morning. So sorry, a little bit bad lighting. I'm not in my office.
Yes,
But-
we do understand.
But glad to be here. And then let me try to share screen with you guys for our talk. And then hope everyone is doing a wonderful day right now. So, okay. All right, share screen. Are you seeing my screen? Not yet, right?
Not yet.
Okay. Let me see if I'm. Sometimes it's like getting kind of weird.
No problem. Yes.
Other-
Yes, you can take your own time.
I know I have a up, but I'm on my iPad, so trying to see how everything works. Technology is
Yes.
always this way, right?
Okay.
Okay. Screen recording. What is going on? Close this. Wow. Oh, there we go. Let's see. It's not letting me. So since I cannot share screen on this one, you know what? I'm gonna log into a different device.
Okay. We'll do one thing. Just we'll go with alternate speaker. Just you can adjust meanwhile.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Okay. Or you'll be just we'll invite other speakers so that they can view their talk. You can adjust meanwhile. Yes, yes. Due to technical problem, we are unable to run the program. As we invite Dr. Siring Palomo from Atrium in Action of India to give her presentation. So I welcome Dr. Siring Palomo to join the event.
Hello, everyone.
Hello,
Yes,
how
yes.
are you?
Hello, everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes, yes, we can.
Yeah. Hi. Good morning and good evening to all. Okay. Just said I will share my.
Yes, yes, madam. Just you can take your own time. It is no hurry, burry.
Okay. Yeah.
So we have a lot of time.
Just a minute. Yeah. So sorry. I have some problem. Just it.
Are you okay, madam? Just
Yeah. You can see my presentation.
no. Just we can see no there. Just you can upload your PPT. If you are facing problem with uploading, just you can send to me. Just I can upload behalf of you from here.
Okay.
Just you can send through WhatsApp. Just I can download. I can upload from here. If you are facing a problem.
That is my other device.
Okay. Okay. Meanwhile,
So what to do?
yes. Just give me a time, madam. Yeah. Yeah, shall we go with Dr. Chino Rimo from Federal University of Nigeria? Are you ready, doctor? So that if you are okay with your PPT, we can go
Go
with.
ahead.
I'm ready.
Done.
Okay, okay, madam. Just you can continue.
Yeah, I'm ready if you want me to go. This
Yes,
is
yes,
Sabrina.
yes.
Yeah,
Doctor.
yeah, you can go. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, madam. You can just meanwhile you can Dr. Siringa, you can get ready with your PPT.
Okay, yeah, sure, sure.
All right, you're seeing my screen?
Yes, yes.
Right, good, good.
Awesome. All right, so let me try to minimize our faces so we're not seeing a big giant thing. All right, so good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining in the summit and listening in to all the wonderful speakers. So today we're going to talk about the simple three-step system to wake up excited and thrive as a healthcare professional. And especially during the pandemic time, that recent study have been found that healthcare professionals has increased their stress level to more than 60% of the time. And we know even before pandemic, they are stressing more than 40% of the time. And depression rate has actually tripled. It is such thing that we as a healthcare professional often don't see ourselves, don't put ourselves first, but actually it's such a crucial thing. So a quick disclosure, I am presenting all the information based on my own research in neuroscience and public health and other peak performers and positive intelligence psychologists. And it is through my journey to present to you the system, what I call the healthcare mental hygiene framework. I do run a podcast myself. As well as being a paid public speaker for different medical conferences and virtual summits. So a little bit about myself. I am a cardiothoracic surgery PA with background in neuroscience and public health. Let me take you back quickly for a few years. It was barely 8 o'clock in the morning, and I am already exhausted because I was the one who carried the beeper the night before. Some of you still know what the beeper is, but some of you is like, what is that? Right? A system that really for all of us who has to be on call to be able to be readily available for others. Now, at the same time, I was waking up with a fever of 101 degrees. And my body felt exhausted, my hands were cramping, and those wouldn't have been so bad except that my hands were inside a patient's open chest for his heart surgery. And my bubbly self, usually I'm pretty upbeat, I'm full of energy, I'm chatting, even during cases. But my nurses noticed that I wasn't really myself. I was just focusing exactly in front of me and just to get through the surgery. I knew I'm not going to have a break for at least 5 hours. Fast forward to the next day, when I woke up, I was covered with night sweat and can barely move. I had to call in sick because it doesn't take an advanced medical degree to tell any of us when you are sick in that condition, you're helping nobody. And even when we showed up sick, we're not able to really perform at our best. So I had to tell myself, all right, girl, it is that. Like, you can't force yourself anymore. But the answer when I got on the call with my manager was, how come that you couldn't tell us sooner? Don't make a habit out of this. It's such a hit, really, on how I felt about myself, how I felt about we as healthcare professionals, devote our time, our energy to our patients, to our teammates. However, we don't really treat ourselves with the same respect, advocate for our need, and we put ourselves last. Now, we all work so hard through years of school, debts, away from family to get to where we are right now. We didn't do it to simply hate every moment of it or give up and jump ship to something completely new. And therefore, we need to understand that there is a better system. And so let me ask you this. Does this sound like you? You spend hours at work, and then when you leave, and you just crash on the couch and couldn't even do anything that you used to enjoy. You're hardly able to relax and connect to your family. We're always late to events, birthday parties, because you had to stay late at work or seeing yet another patient. And you're dreading the time that you spend at work. And when you wake up in the morning, it feels like just another day of the same thing. And do you feel like there has been time where all your family and friends are planning vacation time, but you have to figure out, could you even make it? Or have to leave early to come back for your job? Because everybody's so dependent on you. And do you also feel like sometimes you're unable to speak up and to tell others about your opinion or your thoughts, to think that you might come off a little harsh, or you might feel like that your words might sound angry to other people, but you know that your message deserves to be heard? And do you also feel that sometimes doesn't matter how much you're doing for your team, for your patients, and people are not seeing you for your true value, and you're feeling underappreciated? And finally, have you ever wondered if you ever made the right choice being in medicine, being in the person that you just actually devoted yourself to serve others, because you feel tired, you feel misunderstood, and don't know if you got into the career that really would be what you wanted for the next 10 years, 20 years, or the rest of your life? But if any of these sound like you, put in a chat box, say yes. I want to hear from you. And even you say yes to any of this, I can tell them, I can tell you that all of these are just symptoms. They are not real problems. And I believe all of us can find happiness and joy and love our career, bringing novelty back into our each day, and feel powerful and passionate into everything that you do and deliver. So in the next 30 minutes, we will go through these steps to truly control your own life, bringing that sense of self back. So who agrees with me? And then I want you guys to engage. So use those chat box. All right. And then if you agree with me that life is short, put in number 1 in the chat box. Please engage. This session is not just about listening, it's about participating, because we know taxi drivers never really do it right, except when we actually take actions, and then you can go into it. Awesome. All right, guys, let's move forward. So who's ready? If you're ready, say heck yes, I'm ready to have a life that's truly devoted to happiness and joy. And then we can start our talk. All right, so number 1 thing is to build your mental immunity, because mental immunity is just as important as physical immunity. Our physical immunity decrease our inflammation, allow us to fight off diseases, especially in the pandemic. We know people with less comorbidities recover sooner, and therefore mental immunity is ability to allow you to fight off the external naysayers restrictions and figure out what are our internal sabotagers, take them out of our system, and allow us to empower ourselves. And your time to do this is now. Why wait? Are you really allow yourself to get into all this negative pattern and thoughts and take control of your life? Or you are the one who are not wasting time just learning, reading hundreds of self-help books, writing gratitude journals, and listening, watching things on YouTube and still not making progress? Because when you do things and done right, then you can make strides in life. So how do you feel right now? Please share in the chat box or wave your hands, type in. Do you feel good, amazing, super, just okay? What is it right now? I want to know. And do you feel like that sensation of, all right, Casey, pretty good. Do you feel pretty good, blessed all the time, 100% of the time? And guess what? I can tell you that I feel awesome all the time. Before you tell me, hey, Sabrina, nobody could feel awesome all the time. But I wanted to tell you, in fact, research being shown that more than 60% of people don't know how awesome they already are. And awesome, Dr. Imo, you know you're awesome. Here, 100% K. So not 100% is because we put ourselves into the space of being distracted away from realizing how awesome you are. Guess how I know that? When we're born pure, we're born unique, and that's our advantage. And we were born without being locked into a box because we're so eager to ask questions when you were younger. And you're so easy to say no. And that is such a good quality. No is a full sentence. You don't have to give reasons when you say no, because there's so many things that are bombarding into our life, our family, our friends, society, people at work. There's things that people demand of you, but that not truly align with who you are as a person. Now, I'm not really good with all this before either. When I was younger, I remember in a statistic class in high school, I barely sat down and not have just wore my seat yet, still chatting with my friend. And the teacher comes in and hand me back our quizzes. Now I'm not chatty. I'm not like bubbly anymore. And when I saw the number inside a big red circle, I was shocked and I was bawling. And this girl doesn't cry pretty. And when I saw the number, I start thinking, Sabrina, what the heck did you do? Did you not prepare enough? You should have do this practice and then look at more events. You could have talked to your friends instead of going to hang out. All this judgment and criticize coming into me. Now, some of you probably have experienced similar experience that this scenario is not even just when we're younger, but even now. You haven't done enough. You should have checked this patient chart. Maybe this person has been scheduled sooner. Why could we work out a better time for your friends or colleagues? We put ourselves into such high standard and we judge ourselves, and at the same time we'll also judge other people, and that creates a negative cycle of stress and anxiety. There are 9 different ways that we have sabotage in our life, and research has also been shown for any one negative experience, one negative thought takes at least 3 of them to replace. And therefore, are you allow yourself to deposit all the negativities or positivity in your mind? Because positive mindset is like a brain full of these factory of thoughts. And you have these Mrs. Positive Mrs. Triumph, and these Mrs. Negativity, Mrs. Defeat. And both of them are so obedient. Whenever you want them to work, they show up like this. Mrs. Triumph would tell you every time you're able to overcome something that you feared or something that you didn't thought that you could do, and you're able to solve that problem. Versus Mrs. Defeat will tell you, don't talk to strangers. You don't know what they want, and tell you all the negative scenarios that could happen in life. So the I'm positive I can attitude generates the power, strength, and skills need to do. So you can choose to empower yourself by having fearlessness, being positive, being joyful, being someone who's understanding, who has courage, just like the lioness, like a leopard, that drive within you. Find that drive. Or you can be the disempowerment little bunny. I was born in the year bunny, who afraid of things and who will hop away. And that's when you having these negative judgments, such as avoidance, pleasing the situation, feeling restless if you don't do anything, feeling like you have to control every little detail for any situation. If you don't, then things don't feel right. So what I want you to do right now is grab a pen, write down 2 things you love about yourself and you truly believe in those messages. Okay, write them down. I'll give you about 30 seconds. All right, write them down. Whether it's things like, I'm a really good listener. People come to me to solve problems. Or I'm courageous. I feel confident most of all the time. Or I believe I'm beautiful inside out. Whatever those messages you have, write them down. And pick out exactly. You're hardworking and confident. And tomorrow morning, I want you to pick out 1 sentence and say them out loud in front of a mirror right before you brush your teeth. And now, I know some of you might think, oh, Sabrina, it's kind of awkward, isn't it? Well, yeah, in the beginning, it might be awkward because we don't typically just start praising ourselves in the morning. But I'm telling you, this is a great way to affirm your quality, truly live into those words, because those words are who you are. And that's how you're supposed to show up that day. So you can start your day on a good note. All right. And then I'm seeing more messages from Ms. Edwards, assertive, communicator, competent, awesome. Right? Write those words down and leave right next to your sink. And that's your homework for tomorrow morning. Okay, so the fact is stress really causes us to create these emotions. Now we know feeling really lasts about only 90 seconds. But if we repeat these negative emotions, negative scenario, because why? We try to solve our own problem, isn't it? Oh, how come this person said that? Maybe if I did X, Y, Z, then I can change the fact. If you keep driving into that negative thought, instead of telling yourself, stop, regroup, how do I pivot myself and thinking differently? What did I learn from the situation? Not what went wrong with the situation, to take your power back. So that concludes with our first step, and that is reboot your mental immunity. Let's move on to our second one. And our second step is being mindful about your motivation, realign with your motivation. We all got into medicine for a reason, something that excites you, whether you had a personal relationship with a person who need help, a family member, a friend, who you saw their journey. And then, or you have really devoted yourself to learning about medicine and just super intrigued. What was the excitement before? And how can we bring that back? And How do you see life going forward?
Doctor,
If we're vague about who we are, then no matter how much you can dream, you're going to pick multiple tracks and never get to the ideal life. So why do we say this? One of my client, Marty, she is very accomplished and she's actually someone who saw me talk on a virtual summit and then contact me afterwards, want to work with me because she is someone who very typical, don't want to be seen as married to her job. One of her goals is to be able to play cello because cello brings her joy. Music is something that she truly believes in. And all she wanted is just to be able to play in the local orchestra. So something I help her to align with all the craziness she has going on is that when I created a weekly alignment worksheet to prevent burnout for her, she already had preemptively decided what her true core 3 values are for this week, what are the non-negotiables, what are the good to-dos, which skill she wanted to elevate, how does she wanted to leverage resources, who she should be contact to, and what type of relationship she should be building further, and which area of self-care she should be devoted to herself. When everything is aligned, anything else that's been bombarding her, she's already able to say no right away because there's no other choice except she's keeping track of what she truly valued this week and no longer feeling like the need of missing out on other opportunities. She knows what truly moves the needle for her. So of course, anyone who wanted the worksheet, feel free to contact me afterwards. We'll send it to you. And that's a quick worksheet that I recommend people to do on a weekly basis because our priority change and that's okay. So one of the most common questions that we get when we're younger is, what do you want to do when you grow up? And that's the question that actually tripped us up to cause us to say yes to too many things that we later on feel resentful for. We're not able to deliver high quality result, not even able to keep our words with our family, friends, or colleagues. And the question of what do you want to do when you grow up is so unfair. When we're younger, we haven't experienced anything at all, except we're getting all these ideas of a secured job, thinking we're making a checklist. Oh, you got a good grade, you got a good college. College lead to a good job. A job lead to a good house or car. And then once you have all this, have a good relationship, and then great, then you're able to keep moving forward in life. But that's wrong in so many ways. Even we make all this check mark, so many people have come to me with all these degrees, all these letters behind their name, but they're not feeling satisfied. Things are not what they seem to be. So what type of lifestyle would you like to have when you grow up? Because when we have a clear end goal instead of just a means goal, then we can create an internal compass to really truly plan out our path, a straight path instead of multiple, trying to hypothetically get to the end goal when you are not clear on your end goal. So now we can reverse engineer. So even with anybody who are looking for finding the next best job or just coming out of nursing school and trying to find where they wanted to be, I always advise them, stop thinking about the specialties, stop thinking about what you do on that job. What truly matters, how you see yourself in this job supporting you in your life. And more importantly, do you have an ideal boss? because we spend a lot of time at work. We want someone to elevate us. Now, that concludes our second point, which is be able to realign our motivation, get a clear end goal in life. Now, our third step is to have micro vacations to reboot your energy. Then you can be more efficient, get to the things you truly want to do and not just your obligations. When we are able to say no to putting ourselves last, then we're able to give the best of us, not what's left of us. Now, one of the surgical assistant I helped with, she really was someone who, like many of the nurses, you do rotation shifts, day, night, weekend. It seems like it's super chaotic. Have to change your cycle all the time and don't really have a system. She felt like a weekend warrior. So when she worked with me one-on-one, we really come up with this system where I found out this key blocks in her daily routine where she have a power hour. That power hour might look different from you, but hers, she really wanted to meditate. She's someone who practiced yoga, and we're able to have that into her personal when she actually just got out of bed and planned out additional breaks when she's able to be at shift and not just have to forget about your water break and thinking about you just keep running one thing after another and never able to eat or drink or even go to the bathroom. So now she feels like that she's able to keep everything in line. Life and work are no longer two separate things. They're very much interdependent on each other. And she has more time spending with her husband now, who's also in medicine, and she is able to enjoy her time with her dog as well. Now, let me ask you, use this chat box. I would love to see some engagement. How often in a typical day is your mind busy with thoughts that don't even concern with the present moment? Like 30%, 50, 70, 90, right? Yeah, many times. Now, research have shown us it's gonna be a little shocking to you that more than 80% of the time, our mind is thinking about the things from previous day. This is what psychology called mental chatter. We have about 40 to 80,000 thoughts that recurrence from the previous day. Now, even once you finish one task, majority of that time, you're still thinking about the task before that lingers on, unless you have a way to separate them. So when we're bombarding ourselves, we're not able to relax. We're constantly in that high intense moment. Of course, we are feeling like we're drained. So how do we do that? Let's do this exercise together. All right, no matter if you're home, you're outside, you can do this anywhere. This is just one of the hundreds exercises that I help people through to instantly boost your focus and calm. So stand or sit, I'm standing, that's fine. Wiggle your toes, feel your feet flat on the ground, right? Realign your spine, drop your shoulders, feeling like there's a balloon that's lifting you up, whether you're sitting, standing is okay, right? And close your eyes if it's safe for you, you're not driving. Allow yourself to have this 2 minutes. Close your eyes. We're gonna do some breathing exercise to start with. 2 quick breaths in. Slow, deep breath out. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 2 quick breaths in. Slow breath out. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Awesome. And then now we're going to focus on the air going in and out our nostrils. Feel whether the air is warm or cold. in and out our nose. And then you're gonna put two of your hands together, rubbing one finger into the inside of the palm and your fingers, feeling the smoothness, the roughness of the nail, your fingernail, your pads, whether your hands is dry or moist, any rough spots. All you want is focusing on the sensation of touch while taking easy breath. If there's any thoughts coming to you besides the sensation of touch, you're going to let them flow past you, just like the wind just blow past your face. Focusing only on the sensation of touch, warmness, the softness of your hand, the roughness of your nails. Any thoughts? Forgive yourself for having these thoughts and let these thoughts go. Before you're ready to open your eyes, set an intention of who you want to be when you wake up. You want it to be open. You want it to be someone who's engaging, want to know all the goodness that people have. Okay, open your eyes. So type in the chat box, how do you feel right now? Let me see, how do you feel? Once you're ready, open your eyes. Does it feel calmer? Seems to be a little bit lightened up. Feels good. More relaxed. Yeah. Right. Think about how much things you can do when you're able to be in a more optimum state where your mind is getting a reset, and therefore you'll be more efficient to get to things done. Because without the right energy, no matter how much productivity tips that I can show you, you're unable to do them because we're trapped into our prior event, we're trapped into our prior stress level or anxiety about anything that we're done before. Great, recharged, feel relaxed. So these activities, although they seem new to you for some of you, but activity and building new habits, just like a beautiful snowflake. So anybody remember, if you grab it when it's falling snow, I'm in Houston, we rarely snow, but when we do, it's pretty to have snow on the palm tree. But if you grab them, put it on your hand, you see all these different geometry. These uniqueness are just like uniqueness, how you wanted to build your new creative life. But if you're only grabbing this one snowflake, quickly it melts because habit doesn't happen just by doing one time. However, if you grab a handful of the snowflake and make it into a snowball and happen to have a hill and roll the right along and become a bigger snowball, creating more momentum, you keep going. The equation for building momentum, it is motivation plus daily activities that are small and achievable. So 2 minutes out of your day, doing a few times, that's attached to something you've already been doing, it doesn't seem like difficult at all. And it will be actually boosting yourself, so you no longer needing to grabbing the extra cup of coffee or tea just to keep you awake. So how do we ultimately become powerful and passionate in life? Are those 3 steps. So hopefully you can say with me. Number 1 was reboot our mental immunity. Number 2 is realign our motivation. And number 3 was, we just talked about, is to reboot our energy. Then we can be more productive in life by having these micro vacations. So in the sense, our life have these 10 key components. It's not about able to do all of them, but it's actually be able to pay attention and be present when you're dealing with each component of life. Then you can truly be a peak performer and find satisfaction and joy in every day. So how can I help you further? The most common question people ask me is, Sabrina, we're all stressed, but me particularly, I don't know how you do it. Can you help me with getting myself more harmony, balanced, so I can actually do the job I like and still spend time with family? Yeah, the answer is of course. And one of the simple thing is we did the exercise, and go grab another free audio exercise that has a different variety to it and actually helps us to brighten our eyes, because we stare at computer a lot and charting, documenting, reviewing things. And for any putting on summits, it's a lot of time to organize. You can go to sabrinarumback.com/energy to have that. And so you have a tool that's always in the back pocket. Now, I know, imagine that when you have a life that people come to you to say, hey, you seem to be less stressed and more enjoyable about your days. And picture a life that people are telling you that you seem like you wake up full of energy and you can keep going without grabbing those third energy drink. And also picture a life at the end of your journey, and you reflect on the life that you have created. You feel a sense of joy. You felt a sense that you lived fully. I didn't miss out on anything. Because I know you have the power to do that. Because you can be both powerful and passionate to overcome any internal and external barriers that's holding you back from success. And you can be both powerful and passionate to drive to elevate yourself to the next level without having to spend extra time just to get busy doing the things that are mundane, that are robbing your time. And you can truly be powerful and passionate, someone both in their career and life, and live into your voice, your skin, and be the person who you want to be and make the impact in your community and beyond. And together we can be powerful and passionate. Thank you guys for having me presenting today. All right, if there's any questions, I'll take questions. I know one of the most common things usually people ask me, it's just the balance question, right? Everyone is trying to search for balance. And I have to disappoint people a little bit because it's gonna be super, super hard for us just to seek balance. And what's more real is to create a harmony cycle. And we talk about there are 10 different components of life. And number one thing I help people with is let's dive deeper with 100 question intake. Which area you are really having these strength in, and which area you might not be even notice that you're lacking in. So then we can elevate your strength, leverage them more, and then seeing what are these hidden roadblocks. So we can put you into that state that you find joy and comfortable. And ultimately at the end, we wanted to have quality, not quantity.
I think that your presentation is excellent for all that is going on in the world today. And I think as health professionals, we get so caught up on doing the job. And there's a lot of negativity in our environment that we haven't learned to just push to the side. So I really appreciate your presentation. It was very good.
Thank you so much.
So any questions? Yeah, any questions from participants?
Hello. Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
yes. Yes,
I'm
Ravi.
Sisai. Okay. First of all, it is very interesting presentation. I am impressed for this presentation. It is observing other treatments, especially for ourselves and for the community and for the individual, other than drug. But in developing country, all the community consider treatment as a drug. And there is different challenges for the implementation. To be compassionate, respectful, and passionate caregiver, there are different obstacles. How do you overcome these problems in your setup? Thank you.
So I don't think whether you're in a development country or not, we all share the similar struggle of the demand of our patient is never ending. And if we get into the mindset that we think we have to keep going because people always need us and we're unable to delegate, then we got into the trap of always saying yes, always staying late, and not seeing that you are a human as well. You might have more advanced knowledge than other people, but we also have to take a preventative way to take care of ourselves. So then we can be a best person. Now, that means we have to learn about open communication, active listening with our team, be able to support our team in the best way so you can make everyone depend on each other and not feeling like you're the only one who can do this one task or you're the only one who has to be the frontline person.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions from other participants?
No question, but it's just a commendation.
Yes, yes.
And I love the presentation.
Yes, just
there is a funny part to it. In fact, when she said, you can close your eyes, do this, and then open your eyes, I thought maybe by the time I will open my eyes, I will become the president of my country. So it was actually a nice exercise, and I commend her for that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Imo.
Yeah.
And that's the idea is for us, if we reset, we feel powerful, we feel that energy coming through us. When we calm our mind, then of course we can be in a state we responding to things and no longer just reacting based on that urge and fight and flight.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you very much, Doctor. I'm very grateful to you at your busy schedule to address you for our small group. Thank you very much. So next we will start presentation from Dr. Sirin Palmo, the TM in Action of India, to start her presentation.
Yeah, hi everyone. So sorry for that. Hello. Hi. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes. I hear you.
Yeah. So sorry. There is some problem in my tech things. Oh, so sorry. So can you share my presentation?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. Before I'm going to start my presentation, just I want to introduce about me and my organizations. I'm a registered nurse and the founder of organization Altruism in Action. I belong to Himalayan, very remote country, remote place. Yeah, remote place where the hepatitis B is very common. and every year, many patients are dying because of lack of medical facilities. So we start our organizations to eliminate hepatitis B from our society and to help critical patient to get treatment at higher institutions and the hospitals. So today my topic is on COVID-19 pandemic affecting the treatment of non-COVID patients and challenges we nursing are facing in our remote place. So I'm just going to share the problem we are facing and our people are facing in the remote Himalayan region. Just I want to share and how we are handling this problem. That's I'm just going to share with you all. Can you play next? Okay, this is our place, Himalayan nomadic place, very far away from medical facilities and medical institutions, and this is our place. Okay, our organization is mainly working on elimination of viral hepatitis and other communicable disease, awareness education, and supporting and guiding to the patients to get the treatment at the higher institutions far away from our place. Next, please. I just want to share, recently we have faced lots of problems on my patient regarding the regular treatments on their disease. Recently, because of the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have two ladies, one 55 years and one 59 olds. Both are female diagnosis with one is CA pancreatic, one is metastasis breast cancers, undergoing treatment at higher institutions at Delhi and the government hospitals. Recently, because of the pandemic, then hospital refused to give their treatments. One patient after second dose of chemotherapy, they are refused to give another dose. Other patients after one therapy of chemotherapy, they are refused to give. After difficulties tackling with at the Delhi, and we went back to our place, both patients are passed away because of not got the regular treatments on their disease. That is the problem we are facing in my place. So as a nurse, next please. As a nurse, what we have seen in my place, the patients suffering from non-COVID related disease like cancer, hepatitis, chronic kidney failure, cardiovascular disease, and diabetic, and many others are not receiving regular treatment as compared to the COVID-19 patients. The hospitals, institutions, all are giving importance to only the COVID patients, and other patients are just going to neglecting, and we are losing the many patients because of neglecting of treatments. Second is before starting the COVID-19 problem, beginning of COVID-19 problem at our pandemic, many governments and many non-government profit organizations, they are done lots of jobs on focusing on other communicable disease elimination in their work. So we must not lose our focus on other communicable disease in our community. Next, please. What we have seen in my place is that COVID-19 mortality rate in the people weakened with the immune systems are higher than the other patients like renal failure, heart patients, diabetics, and cancer patients. They are affecting and they are facing a lot of problems. Next, please. Our main objective is that to receive the medical attention equally to non-COVID patients. Second, continue give importance to other communicable disease in our community. Third is provide the enough PPE, personal protection equipment, and the security and protection security nurses and medical personnel and who taking care of the patient living with the critical situations. in our place, we are far away from the modern cities and the modern hospitals. There's lack of PPE, personal protection equipment, and other security to nurses. It is difficult to handling the patient if suffering from COVID-19. There is a more chance to get the infection to other non-COVID patient also. Next. The method is based on the present situations. Based on my place, we need the psychological support to the patients, online consultations, nursing care at home. If critical patients, we are trying our best to ship to the nearest hospital. We can use the social media platform to start many campaigns online on elimination of communicable disease and other problems. Next. Result is all above methods are effective in many ways. Still, the many countries like medical facility, PPE, personal protections for the nurses and teams are not sufficient. Third is teamwork is important. All together provide the best and the equally care to and not patient, COVID patient and non-COVID patients. Next. The conclusion is COVID-19 mortality rate will be the high in the patients suffering from medical issues like cancer, kidney failure, chronic liver disease, HIV, heart disease, lung, and many others. This will be not resolved and remaining same not if we are not taking the special step. So my presentation is little short because of lack of communications and net problem. I belong to remote place, so I just make a small presentation. I hope you can understand about medical problem and medical issue in my place. So thank you for listening my presentations. Thank you so much. If any question you can.
It was short and precise and it had a lot of quality information in it. Thank you so much for presenting it.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes, doctor. We have got a question from Dr. Suleiman. Interesting. Are COVID patients placed in separate ward? We got a question from Dr. Suleiman.
Okay.
Yes. Are COVID patients are placed in a separate ward?
Yeah, actually, last time what happened to our old age home, 20 patients, 90 old age people out of 20 patients, old age people got the positive COVID-19. So we don't have facility. For our school, we met COVID ward and non-COVID ward, and then we are giving care to the patients. Nurses and other volunteers, we together giving the care to the patients. We are separating in school.
Yes. Any questions, doctor? Any questions from participants?
Somebody asked a question, was the non-COVID patient by themselves?
Non-COVID patients, actually, we are remote, so we did not understand which is COVID and which is non-COVID patient. We have lack of facilities to take. So in case of patient shows the symptoms, then they are checking our COVID.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much, doctor, for giving your valuable information about the COVID-19 as well as precautions to be taken during this pandemic year. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Now we invite Dr. K.M. Yakub from Marma Health Center from Kerala of India to give his presentation.
Okay. I want to share my screen.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. One second. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes, yes. Just Yes, sir, it's fine, sir.
Can I start? No.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I am Yako Matai from Kerala, India. The subject today I want to discuss with you the purpose of temperature of fever in COVID-19. Introduction. All human beings and animals and amphibians affected by fever plenty of times in their lifetime. Even though now we are living with a lot of diseases related to fever with different names like COVID-19, tetraspira, swine flu, chikungunya, etc. The symptoms of disease is different, but the symptoms of fever are same. That means there is a scientific basis, which is common for all these diseases related with the fever and can be used to explain the secret of all diseases related with the fever. In COVID-19, up to 80% of patients have no fever. Why up to 80% of patients with the COVID-19 virus have no fever? Is it because there is no need for the care of fever, or is it because the disease is free of signals or symptoms? Let us examine the present state of fever. One medical book says our understanding of the neural basis of thermoregulation and fever is still rudimentary. The role of fever in defense reaction is not clear. Another joke statement also seen in medical books. In practice, as with the pain, relief from fever with the drugs adds to comfort of the patient. It also impresses the patient and the relatives favorably about the therapeutic capability of the doctor. A scientific approach is necessary to evaluate and treat fever. My research is to find out the purpose of rise of temperature in the case of fever. Different types of fever definitions. Different types of fever definitions can be seen in medical books, although the general sense that a fever means an increase in body temperature is pervasive. The exact definition of fever is an ongoing debate, as is its biological purpose. Davison's Principles and Practice of Medicine says fever implies an elevated core body temperature of more than 38 degrees centigrade. Harrison's Principle of Internal Medicine says fever is an elevation of body temperature that exceeds the normal daily variation and occurs in conjunction with an increase in the hypothalamic set point. According to the facts of disease, if temperature increases, thermal expansion of an object is positive, it will expand, and with a decrease of temperature, it will shrink. On the contrary, during fever, we can see blood vessels and skin are shrunk, pressure decreases, body shivers, sleep increases, motion decreases, inflammation increases, body pain increases, blood circulation decreases, dislike cold substances, etc. In fever, the firing rate of warm sensitive neurons decreases and the firing rate of cold sensitive neurons increases. At the same time, if we apply hotness from outside by thermal bath or if we drink hot water, our body acts according to the facts of disease. That is, an increase of temperature, the pressure will also increase. Expands blood vessels and skin, body sweats, motion will increase, inflammation will decrease, body pain will decrease, blood circulation will increase, like cold substances, etc. The following 7 questions need to be answered to know about the fever. What are the ingredients necessary to develop a fever? Second question is, what are the ingredients necessary to curing a fever? What is the purpose of temperature of fever? The heat energy used for which activities in fever? What are the problems of not knowing the purpose of fever? What are the difference between actual fever and the temperature of fever? During fever, why our body acts against facts of disease? No medical books give clear answer to above 7 questions. Necessary ingredients to develop a fever. Fever is an inflammatory response that extends beyond the site of infection. The right ratio of ingredients like inflammation, pyrogen is necessary to develop a fever, like a good health. As you are aware, the right ratio of physical, mental, social, and spiritual is necessary to make good health. Sorry. Okay. Many people, 1 second. Okay. Many people who have infections in the body do not develop a fever. Many people who have diseased organs may not develop a fever. This is the lack of right ratio to development of fever. Necessary ingredients to cure a fever. For curing fever, we should know what are the ingredients necessary to develop a fever. Dispels of correct ratio of ingredients of fever will decrease the intensity of fever. By removing correct ratio ingredients of fever will cure fever. What is the purpose of temperature of fever in COVID-19? That is our subject. When the disease made by the virus become a threat to life or organs, blood circulation decreases. Temperature of fever will emerge to increase, providing essential blood circulation, and it acts as a protective covering of the body to sustain life. In all diseases which decreases essential blood circulation and temperature, fever will emerge to increase essential blood circulation and temperature. There is no way other than this to increase, providing essential blood circulation for a sensible and discrete immune system to protect the life or organ. Modern science says fever is an immune response against infection. If fever is an immune response against infection, temperature of fever is not a surplus temperature. It is not supposed to be eliminated from the body. If we try to eliminate immune response against infection, the infection will increase. It is dangerous to immune system. It is necessary to protect immune system to increase essential blood circulation, never allow body temperature to loss via atmosphere. A brooding hen's body temperature increase like that, fever to increase essential blood circulation in the body. The brooding hen does not eat any food. Brooding hen's food is its heat, which helps to convert fat into energy. Many people have a misconception that fever should be cured or changed. It is not the fever that need to be changed or cured. It is the disease that need to be changed. Fever is an adaptation only. Fever can be compared to our soldiers. Sometimes our patriotic soldiers may be defeated, surrendered, or even die. It is not due to the anti-national activity of our soldiers. A symptom can never cause fatal. It is said that the temperature above 41 degrees centigrade can cause febrile fits and it may cause fatal. Actually, febrile fits is due to decrease of blood circulation to the brain. New fever definition. If essential blood circulation decreases to organs, fever is a sensible and discrete action of immune system to increase essential blood circulation as a self-defense mechanism of the body to sustain the life or organ. We can answer almost all the questions about a fever with this definition. If we avoid or evade from this definition, we will never get a proper answer to even a single question. Why does not everyone with the disease have a fever? Virus, bacteria, fungi, etc. does not cause fever in everyone because the cause of disease does not decrease essential blood circulation to the organs, or the body does not need fever protection, or the immune system does not have energy to produce the temperature of fever like in AIDS. How can we prove that the temperature of fever is to increase essential blood circulation. If we ask any type of question related to fever by assuming that the temperature of fever is to increase essential blood circulation, we will get a clear answer. If we avoid or evade from this definition, we will never get proper answer to even a single question. Second point, if we do any type of treatment by assuming that the temperature of fever is to increase essential blood circulation, the body will upset. At the same time, body will resist whatever treatment to decrease blood circulation. Third point, if we measure the heat energy used for which activities in fever, we will know the purpose of the temperature of fever. No further evidence is required to prove the temperature of fever is to increase essential blood circulation. Let me know new parameters to prove. Sorry. Let me know new parameters to prove the purpose of temperature of fever. We can prove that the temperature of fever is to increase essential blood circulation with that parameters. Fever. Is it a protector or destroyer of brain cells? Two questions arises. First question is, will temperature of fever protect the brain cells by increasing essential blood circulation to the brain? Or second question is, will it destroy brain cells? Delirious or fits formation in disease related to fever. When disease increases, essential blood circulation, the energy level also decreases. Sorry. When disease increases, essential blood circulation and energy level also decreases. The vertical height between heart and brain is more than 1 feet. When the disease becomes severe, ability to pump blood to the brain decreases. Then blood flow to the brain decreases and delirious or fits are formed. As a result of this, brain cells are damaged, so the patient might be paralyzed or may even die. Fever and delirium. Fainting or delirious or damage to the brain cells is not due to the increased temperature of fever. It is due to decrease in blood circulation to the brain. Without knowing the purpose of fever, it is said that fits or febrile fits or delirious would happen due to increase in temperature of fever. A temperature of 41 degree never make any problem to our body. During summer, in some parts of India, atmospheric temperature is more than 45 degree. If atmospheric temperature is 41 degree, there is no such a history one have been affected with delirious or fits. A sauna temperature ranges from 160 to 200 degree Fahrenheit. In a steam bath, a person being 15 to 25 minutes. While taking normal steam bath, the temperature inside the box is more than 50 degrees centigrade. There is no such a history of one had fainted or affected with the delirious or fits. During fever, you take steam bath, fit never happens. Blood circulation never decreases. Skin never shrinks as in fever. During fever, blood vessels and skin shrinks, blood circulation decreases, and the body shivers to increase temperature. If there is 4 degree increase in atmospheric temperature, we have never heard of anyone's blood vessels and skin being shrinked. Blood circulation decreased and body shivered. If temperature is reduced to a normal level, blood circulation will never increase. Fits is never cured without increase of essential blood circulation. Signs of curing fits. regain consciousness even before the temperature subsides. When I find a patient lie on the floor, the vertical height between heart and brain decreases. So, blood circulation increases to brain, and so fits is cured even before temperature subsides. Many people misunderstand that regained consciousness is due to reduction of temperature. Shivering is to increase blood circulation. Hyperpyrase temperature is 41 degree centigrade. Only 4 degrees increase in body temperature. If 4 degree increase in temperature occurs, there is no history to show that shivering occurs. If disease increases, blood circulation decreases, shivering is not due to increase in fever, but due to increase of disease, decrease of energy, immunity power, strength, essential blood circulation, etc. All are coincidence. Shivering helps to increase heat, then essential blood circulation will increase. Fever and shivering are protective actions according to the aim and target of immune system. If the body produces excess amount of heat or energy or force, strength, the body will never shiver. During fever, one shivers due to lack of enough temperature in shivering area. In other words, if a body have enough temperature to maintain its normal body temperature, it will not shiver. The decrease of essential temperature is to sustain life is the cause of shivering. In fever condition, how much essential temperature is decreased in the body, corresponding temperature is produced to generate counterbalance of the decreasing essential temperature. Seventh point, increased blood circulation to most important organs. In disease increased fever, the activity of most important organs increases and the activity of less important organs decreases. This is not due to the increase in temperature. It is due to decrease in essential blood circulation. This is like an inverter used to work most essential lights and machines in emergency due to power failure. During fever, body increases activities of most essential organs like brain, heart, kidney, and liver. Animal behavior. Advantage of instinct. Buffaloes does not try to enter or lie in the water, nor drink it during fever. Buffaloes manage body temperature by immersing their body in water and drink it. But when they are having fever, they do not try to enter the water nor drink it. When they have fever, they have an instinct that the temperature of fever is the temperature of fever is not a surplus temperature, or it is not supposed to be eliminated from the body. And the fever temperature is to increase essential blood circulation and it has to be preserved. In diseased conditions, essential blood circulation decreases. If they bath or drink water, blood circulation will further decrease. Shrinking of blood vessels and skin, decrease of essential blood to the brain, delirious and fits are occurred, and brain cells are damaged, so they might be paralyzed or even die. Ways to eliminate fever by increasing blood circulation. Just listen to the messages from the body and act accordingly. Increasing essential blood circulation is a right treatment for fever. Blood circulation never increases without an increase in temperature. Fits can never be cured without an increase in essential blood circulation. Apply extra heat from outside and inside to the body. It will help to immune system to fight against infection. To increase essential blood circulation, never allow body temperature to lose via atmosphere and apply extra heat from outside and inside to the body. It will help to immune system to fight against infection. Blanket, steam bath, hot sandbag, hot thermal bag, thermal heat pad, hot pepper water, hot rooms, hot drinks can be used. Mechanism of application of heat. When the temperature produced by body due to fever and heat which we applied on the body combines together, the essential blood circulation increases. Then immune system will stop to produce heat to increase essential blood circulation, and the body will get extra heat from outside without any usage of energy. Heat is the fast and efficient remedy to reduce inflammation and increase blood circulation. During fever, 95% of diseases for patients shows inflammation. Apply heat from outside and inside to the body. Blood circulation and inflammation related to fever and its signals, symptoms, signs, and actions will decrease. Then essential blood circulation increases. Inflammation decreases, digestion increases, body pain diminishes. Like and upset the hotness. When we apply heat from outside and inside to the body, all the signals, symptoms of fever, like and upset the hotness according to the directions and the commands of immune system. If fever is immune response against infection, our body like and upset hotness. Conservative fever treatment for fever and its effect. I already told you our understanding of the neural basis of thermoregulation and fever is still rudimentary. Fever treatments, role of sponging and paracetamol. Whatever happens to a broody hen and its egg is sponged with water. The same happens to a fever patient if temperature is decreased by sponging. If fever is immune response against infection, our body dislike and hate temperature reducing methods. If fever is immune response against infection, our body like and upset hotness. If fever is an immune response against infection, temperature of fever is not a suppressed temperature. If we reduce temperature by water sponging, infection will increase and it may be dangerous. Fever is not a part of disease. It is a part of self-defense mechanism of the body, and it is an adaptation. A disease does not require fever, but at the same time, a fever requires a disease. Both disease and fever are different. We cannot include body destructing disease and body protecting fever in the same group. The researchers found that the glutathione level were lower when single dose of paracetamol was used. This may increase the inflammation level. Removal of temperature of fever by sponging or paracetamol is not helpful for curing disease. The basic elements necessary for a scientific treatment is not provided in fever treatment. All conservative treatments for fever not only does not make a radical cure of feverish condition, but also further decrease of essential blood circulation and decrease inflammation and leads to the body to more dangers. If temperature is decreased by sponging or paracetamol, disease or cause of disease or cause of fever is never decreased. It is proved that fever medicines are more dangerous than disease, and fever treatments are more dangerous than medicines for fever. A lot of problems emerges not knowing the purpose of temperature of fever. It may cause death. Various hypotheses, contradictory definitions, contradictory fever treatment, etc. are the result of not knowing the purpose of temperature of fever. Contradictory fever treatment. Various types of sponging. Some physicians recommend sponging with hot water, others recommend ice water, others recommend normal water. If the temperature of fever is a surplus temperature, or it is supposed to be eliminated from the body, the ice water is must to reduce body temperature. If fever is immune response against infection, our body dislike and hate temperature reducing methods. If fever is immune response against infection, never use temperature reducing methods like sponging. If fever is body's own disease fighting mechanism, how does various types of water helping doing it? That is a question. Contrary definitions. Medical books says fever disrupts homeostasis, body's own disease fighting arsenal. Beneficial effects of fever. The adverse effects of fever. Fever increases immunity power. Fever decreases immunity power. All are seen in medical books. If fever disrupts homeostasis, fever is always dangerous. So it is eliminated from the body. If fever is immune response against infection or body's own disease fighting arsenal or fever increases immunity power, it is always good to the body. Contrary fever treatments, cool air. Some physicians recommend air conditioner, some others recommend never use air conditioner. If the temperature of fever is a surplus temperature or it is supposed to be eliminated from the body, air conditioner is must to reduce body temperature. If fever is immune response against infection, never use fan or air conditioner. Never allow body temperature to lose by atmosphere. Contrary fever treatments, blankets. Some physicians recommends blankets, others never use blankets. If the temperature of fever is a surplus temperature, never use blankets. Blankets increases the body temperature. If fever is immune response against infection, always use blankets. Contrary fever treatments, drinking water. Some physicians recommends hot water, others recommends cold water. If temperature of fever is surplus temperature, always use cold water or ice water. Never use hot water. It decreases the body temperature. If the fever is immune response against infection, always use hot water. When we analyze the above statements and correlate them, it can be understood that they are all conflicting with each other, leading us to utter confusion. A science cannot have such a conflicting practices. If we read the contradictory definitions and treatments in front of a rock statue, it will start to laugh. Is there any base? Is there any base to conservative fever treatment? All treatments for fever are based on the belief that the fever temperature between 38 to 41 degrees is harmful to brain and body. At the same time, there is no concrete evidence to this belief. The purpose of rise of temperature is not known. Hitherto, the aim and target of rise of temperature in case of fever has been subject to immunoappeal research works by a lot of medical universities of international repute. But unfortunately, the modern medical scientists have concluded that the purpose of rise of temperature could not be found. Importance of the finding of the purpose of temperature of fever in COVID-19. Immediate relief from fever and body pain, life-saving. A single magic answer to every fever-related questions. If medicines are prepared according to the purpose of temperature of fever, any country can guide the world in the cure for fever. Conclusion. When the disease becomes threat to life or organs, the temperature of fever in COVID-19 is to increase essential blood circulation or any other diseases. Fits, delirious, or damages of brain cells are not caused when when a increase in temperature of fever takes place. It is due to decrease in blood circulation to the brain. Apply extra heat from outside and inside to the body will increase blood circulation. Fever treatment should be revised according to the sensible and discrete action of brain. It is wonderful that a physician having years of experience in fever treatment cannot understand actual purpose of fever. Reference. I have developed 8,000 affirmative cross-checking questions. It proves that fever is to increase essential blood circulation. Thank you, hearing me patiently so far. Any questions? You can ask any questions. Sorry. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes.
We hear you. I can hear you.
Yes, any questions? You can ask any questions, or I already sent an my address and other paper also, the link of the other paper to my email, to your mail. So please check for another paper. The fever is not a symptom in COVID-19. That is the paper that is related to with this subject. So fever is not a symptom. That is proved in that. That is proved in my paper. That is already published in a journal also. That is correlated with this subject.
Is that a question in the chat box?
Yes. We have got a comments from Dr. Sasi Sifananda. Really good presentation, doctor. What do you say for factors that affect body temperature rather than infection? And how can I check my body temperature without instrument? Some patients said that, why do I feel hot but no fever? What's your idea, conclusion, recommendation on contradictory idea regarding fever based on your evidence, based on practice and experience? Which can is better than COVID patient with fever and without fever?
Okay. With the fever, it is better to reduce inflammation. Always the temperature, the hotness always reduce the inflammation. It will decrease inflammation. It will also increase blood circulation. It is better.
Yes. So any questions?
So nobody go anywhere, because I'm going to start do a little discussion some more on COVID-19, and we're going to do like a round table. So especially doctors at Matai, Yakam Matai, please stay around.
Okay.
Yes. So any questions to Dr. Yacob Matai?
You can post any questions because I am Indian. Somebody's language I cannot understand. You can post any questions. I can answer any questions related to fever. This discovery already selected more than 500 conferences all over the world.
Yes, great. That's great.
You can search in Google the name Yacob Matai. You can see in everything.
Yes, we'll be sharing we'll be sharing your PDF as well as HTML as DOI to all the participants, doctor, after the event.
Okay, I already shared it to your mail.
Yes.
Please check.
Doctor.
Please check.
Yes, thank you very much, doctor, for giving your valuable information regarding COVID-19. The main symptom of this COVID-19 is everybody are afraid of fever, normal fever. They are afraid of, as they are feeling that they are going to get the coronavirus.
No. Fever is the cause of disease. The cause of fever is different. That is another subject. The cause of disease, I can say so many things. You know Thalekuttal in Tamil Nadu?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. How fever emerges? The pouring of water in your head. After some time, fever emerges.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then you will treat with the water. What a contradictory treatment. Sponging with the water. Similia curates simulates. If our modern science is marching to Carthage century.
Yes, sir.
always think in a logical manner.
Yes.
Already, please check in YouTube. All these details are available in YouTube also and Facebook also.
Yes, definitely, sir. Definitely, I'll be sharing to
Please
everybody.
check it. You can ask any question. I have already prepared 8,000 cross-checking affirmative questions. I can answer any question. So for fever is always. I am already told you about the buffalo, the nature of buffalo. Who is intelligent? My question is, who is intelligent? A physician or a buffalo? Who is intelligent in the case of fever? That is my question. If anybody questions, I am not purposely mocking the. I am not purposely mocking the physicians, but be logical. My suggestion is be a logical person. Any questions?
Yes. Any questions to Dr. Jacob Matai?
Or you can post. Or my email also included in this site.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We do have your email ID.
Please share to all.
Yes, sir.
Can we see faces instead of black screens? Can we see a couple more faces?
Sorry. Hello.
How you doing? I see you, Dr. Chanuda. Yeah, I'd just like to see some faces. We're gonna thank you very much. We're gonna talk about COVID.
Yes, thank you very much, Doctor. Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Yokmata, for giving your valuable speech.
Okay.
So now I welcome to join Dr. Sireti Deposit from Cambridge University of College of Nursing of USA to join the event. Yes, madam, you can join the event.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All right. Can you see my screen?
Yes,
we can.
Okay. Let me see which view is a better view. Oops. Okay. All right. Well, good morning, everyone, and good morning from Atlanta, Georgia.
My place.
Yes, East Coast, where the weather is okay right now. Expecting rain, but we're okay. So I come to you today to talk about a subject that's near and dear to me. I have my headphones on because you all can hear me better with my headphones. So compassion fatigue. It's something that has plagued nursing for a long time. They haven't really put a name to it until recently, calling it compassion fatigue. Nurses aren't the only ones that experience this, though. Healthcare providers as a whole experience this. Even caregivers, in-home caregivers experience this as well. So, compassion fatigue is a verb. Yes, it is. Do not sacrifice yourself to help others. Increase yourself to help others. Your service and caregiving is a gift that should be nurtured and preserved. Absolutely. Compassion fatigue can decrease the quality of patient care. I did a study on it. So, what is my passion behind this? Well, first of all, like I said, I'm coming to you from Atlanta, Georgia, where I am an assistant professor at Chamberlain University. I teach our new nurses, okay? I teach new nursing students, the nurses of the future. Yes, I do. But while I was doing my doctorate program, I decided to do it on compassion fatigue because I was once a critical care nurse before I got into education. And as a critical care nurse, not saying this is out of the ordinary because it's definitely something that always happens, but I would have patients die, and it would just like move them in, move them out. You know, patients die, okay, next patient, you're getting a new admission. And after a while, it started to wear on me because although you're not supposed to technically get that attached to your patients. And most of the time, it's not about attachment, it's about the care that we give. We want to, most nurses, and I hear it now as a professor of new nurses, they want to help people. And so now what I teach my new nursing students is we can't always help people. So sometimes it's not about attachment, it's just about the fact that as a nurse, you are taught to care and care for your patients or clients. And sometimes you cannot, and sometimes that can become overwhelming. So this is my passion behind doing my doctorate project on compassion fatigue. I have a doctorate of nursing practice with emphasis on healthcare systems leadership. So along with my company, Dr. Salette Enterprise and Nursing First, what we try to do is go into facilities and help with compassion fatigue, nurse burnout, and nurse retention. All right, so let's get into it. So the objectives for today are to define compassion fatigue, since we've been throwing that term around, recognize the signs and symptoms of compassion fatigue, create a 5-step action plan to prevent compassion fatigue for all my nurses, nurse leaders, and nurse managers. When I present this, the goal is I present a 5-step action plan, and the goal when I'm presenting this to nurses and nurse leaders and managers is for them to take away something from it that they will do in the next 7 to 10 days to make things better. And the last objective is to leave this presentation with a sense of purpose and power over your career. So that is one of the things we are trying to do, is empower the nursing profession by giving them the strategies to combat, burnout, fatigue, okay? So let's define it. What is compassion fatigue? It can be defined as the exhaustion and negative emotional, physiological, biological, and cognitive effects resulting from the cumulative effects of empathetic engagement and secondary exposure to trauma. Like I said, I worked in a critical care unit, and it was a trauma hospital. So I saw the gunshots and patients that were my age and younger, and they're coming in with the motorcycle accidents. And I'll never forget, I had a patient one time that actually was pulled over by the police, and they swallowed drugs so that they wouldn't get caught. And this guy was about 30 years old, and he ended up in my critical care unit. And it's stuff like that that you see people your age and younger that are in trauma, that are dying, that just kind of wears on your mental sometimes. So I could see the emotional, physiological, and biological toll that this could have on nurses because I myself experienced it. So compassion fatigue is a reaction to the healthcare workers, of the healthcare workers, to the trauma experienced by others. So let's get some statistics here. Approximately 16 to 39% of registered nurses experience the effects of compassion fatigue, with the highest risk area being in emergency, room, oncology, hospice, and the pediatric setting. One of the other things I did in my 20 years as a nurse, I've been a nurse for 20 years, is I've also worked in pediatrics. I've worked in the neonatal intensive care unit. Very stressful to see babies and young children dying. So although, like I said, we're not supposed to be attached to our patients, how can you not have some form of empathy for a mother who has just given birth to a baby and the baby dies in your neonatal intensive care unit? So it can be very stressful. I've also worked in hospice before. And although that has been more relaxing, if I could say so, than working in critical care or peds, because patients at this stage know that, and I don't want to say know that they're going to die, because there's always a chance that things may change, things may turn around. People have come out of hospice, but for the most part, people know they're going to die. So you feel good just providing the comfort care to the family and to the patient. So it's a different feel. However, it does elicit the response of fatigue when you take on the emotion of families and patients in these settings, and as a nurse in general. So, what are the varying degrees of compassion fatigue? So, compassion fatigue is more of a preoccupation with the patient. It's more of an emotional trauma that you take on from the actual patient or family members. Burnout, however, which is slightly different, but the burnout has a direct link associated with the work that you're actually doing. And this develops over time, whereas compassion fatigue can be immediate. And just to give you an example, I had a patient, didn't even have the patient less than 10 hours that day. And I just met the patient. This was my first time taking care of the patient. And the patient was fine. We extubated her that morning, and she was doing much better. She came in, she had a stroke. That was her admitting diagnosis, and she was being extubated after a few days. So she was doing much better. Her daughter was told, go home, take a shower, relax, come back. Your mom is doing much better, because her daughter had been there every day. So when I got the patient, she was doing much better. She was extubated, and all of a sudden, and you all know this as healthcare professionals, within a moment, she coded. Pulmonary embolism. It happens after extubation sometimes. No one's fault. It happened. Young lady, she was maybe in her 50s. And I just, long story short, we tried everything. We called the code. We did everything we needed to do, and she still passed. For that moment, when the family was outside screaming and crying, and and our doctor went out there to talk to her, I just started crying. But the family didn't see me. I was in the room, the curtain was closed, and we were preparing the body for the family to come in, and the doctor went out to let the family know what had happened. So I cried, but I got myself together. And at that moment, I absorbed all of the emotion of that woman passing and her family out there in the hall going through what they were going through. So that's the immediate response, is that compassion fatigue, whereas burnout is over a longer period of time. And then trauma can be from long-term experiences, or it could be something immediate, okay? So what are some early warning signs of compassion fatigue? So frustration, irritation. We see that a lot in nursing, especially in our current climate that we're going through right now with this pandemic. You see this a lot. So I can only imagine. I'm not in the front line. I'm teaching the nurses that go to the front line. But you can only imagine how our healthcare workers, not just nurses, but our healthcare workers are experiencing, especially having to see family members have to get phone calls about their family members dying because they can't be in the hospital because of our current pandemic. So negative attitude, a lot of times when you see healthcare workers walking around frustrated, irritated, they have a negative attitude, always have different emotions, you know, every day that they come into work, or they have an increased level of sympathy where, you know, they can't even function in their job properly because their goal is to just do whatever and give whatever the family and the patient need. And sometimes that's not always the best. So when that happens, those are early warning signs. So later stage compassion fatigue would be physical and emotional exhaustion. The healthcare workers complaining of difficulty sleeping, maybe weight loss or even weight gain, you know, constant snacking on shift, and headaches. Now, I know these things could be anything. And so you're saying, well, you know, hey, we lose weight and gain weight all the time. Well, how is that compassion fatigue? But sometimes, and as you all know, as healthcare providers, stress can kill, and stress causes weight loss and weight gain sometimes. So things like that, when there's a weight loss and a weight gain, which I know we all can go through, sometimes it may be bigger. It may be bigger. So if you feel compassion fatigue setting in, it is best for the sake of others that you withdraw and restore. So how do we do this? How do we do this and still do our job? Okay. So I always at this point like to do a pulse check, and this is just you putting things in the chat. What do you do when you experience stress? What do you do when you have a stressful shift? You have patients dying, you have patients critically ill, you've had 2 or 3 traumas come in within an hour. What do you do? This is when I usually present this to a group of nurses or to a hospital facility. I want them to take the time to figure out, what have you been doing? Maybe there's some things that we've been doing that haven't been working. Or there's some things that have been working, but we haven't focused on them as much as we should. We haven't taken the time like we should to do these things. So while you all are in the chat, if you want to talk to each other, what do you do? Doctors, what do you do when you have lots of patients that you have to go tell family members, you know, bad news? What do you do? What's going on now with the COVID-19? How do you tell family members over the phone that their loved one has died? How are we dealing with this? And I'm glad you're having that roundtable too. That's very important. So my project that I did it in 3 stages. So this involved the collection of data, and I used the ProQual tool, which is a compassion fatigue measurement tool. I implemented my 5 stages to compassion fatigue recovery, which is what I still do for facilities that need it. And then I did the post data collection using the same ProQual tool. Now, this was only done over an 8-week period. So if you think about it, can you really get a real pulse on the situation in 8 weeks? Can you really find out from the healthcare workers how stressed they are, fix it, and then come back with a post data tool in 8 weeks? It's probably impossible. This is probably more like a year-long project, which is what I usually do for facilities now. So this is what happened. These were my pre-intervention stats, okay, and my post-intervention. So as you can see, there was significant statistical data difference in compassion satisfaction between pre and post. Not too much. My sample size was small. I only used about 30 of the full-time registered nurses in a critical care unit here in Atlanta. And I believe just the fact of my mere presence there gave them support. So the significant mean difference that it gave, maybe not a big number. However, I believe what I did for them during that time is what probably made the statistical difference. And I won't go too deep into the stats, but there was a slight difference. Like I said, my population size was very small because it was a critical care unit and I only wanted to use the full-time registered nurses, and there was about 30 of them. So my ability to provide self-care starts within, and I tell all of my healthcare workers this: everyone is different. What makes you happy is subjective. It's a choice. So if you're feeling burnout, stress, if it's making you want to leave where you are, or even just leave the field altogether, you might have to take a step back. Because maybe it's not about leaving the field completely. Maybe it's about the situation, and not necessarily talking about the organization or putting any blame on the organization. Compassion fatigue, I don't care where you work. It's burnout, stress, we're in healthcare. And right now with the current pandemic, it is what it is. It's even more stressful. So there's no one organization, no one person that is to blame. It's an individual choice. I will say this: I did nursing care, bedside for years. I've worked in all different scenarios. I've worked from hospitals to clinics to home care, nursing homes, and I've loved every minute of my nursing career, whether I've taken care of neonates, pediatrics, or my seniors, which I love to death. But it wasn't until I started teaching that I felt that I was really making a difference. So with that being said, happiness is subjective. What makes me happy is working with nursing students, giving them that empowerment so that they can go out and give the best care possible to our patients. So what I'm trying to say is you have to find your niche. You have to find what makes you happy, the situation that makes you happy. And like I said, happiness is subjective. So what did I use when I did my research? I did the 5 steps to combat compassion fatigue. So step 1, we know this is with any problem. As nurses would call it an assessment, but this is acknowledging your feelings of compassion fatigue or taking an assessment. Doctors will call it an assessment as well. So writing in a journal, discussing your feelings with a coworker, a manager, or friend, or talking with a professional about your feelings of taking care of patients. So step 1 is always acknowledging or assessing the situation. How do I feel when I go to work? How do I feel when I come home? Assess the situation. Step 2 is practice, I call it selfish care, not self-care, selfish care. So step 1 of step 2, create positive coping strategies. Okay, things that focus on you. I would tell any healthcare provider, sometimes when a situation is stressful, as soon as you get a moment, walk completely away from it. Of course, we don't leave our patients, but if there's a moment where you can actually walk out of the room when everything is okay, walk away. Walk away from the situation, walk all the way down the hall, go to another unit, or walk outside, come back in, whatever you need to do. Step 2, develop hobbies outside of your current workspace. Now, mind you, these may sound very simple, my steps, but they're all based on evidence. So I just put my little spin on them and changed the wording to make it a little exciting for the nurses, okay? I didn't want it to sound too technical or fancy, but this is all based on evidence. So number 3, at the beginning or end of each shift, take deep breaths. That's evidence-based. Slows everything down, puts you in a state of homeostasis, just calms everything down, reduces stress, reduces anxiety. Deep breaths, deep breathing. Step 3, create hospital-based committees. Some have shared governance. So once again, this is an evidence-based, but maybe a unit committee that focuses on compassion fatigue or nurse burnout, you know, so that you have certain people in the unit, doesn't have to be nurses, any of the healthcare professionals that are working on the unit that are familiar with the environment, the pulse of the unit, have them create a committee where they focus on things that create a positive culture on the unit. I'm a big proponent of that. When I go and help facilities with nurse retention, one of the biggest things to combat nurse retention is creating that culture. And this will help you maintain a sense of control for your self-work and work-life balance, which is our next step. Step 4, create self-work-life balance. That's what I call it. So let's talk COVID-19. We need to focus on ourselves now more than ever. If we don't have the proper equipment, then our healthcare workers, we need to stand up for ourselves. We should professionally let our direct management know how not having the proper equipment or the proper situation affects us mentally, okay? And then let's take some responsibility on ourselves as well, getting sleep, healthy diets. A lot of nurses, and I'm not, this is not a judgment, but a lot of us are overweight. And here's the thing, I can't say all, I can't say a lot, I shouldn't even say it like that because I don't know every nurse, but I know that a lot of nurses do suffer with, you know, eating at all odd hours, stressful eating, you know, just junk on the fly because you don't have time to take a break. Or I should say you're not making the time to take a break. So, and make a commitment to exercise. This is one of the things I did for the unit that I did this study on. I actually gave all of them pedometers. And what I did one day was I went there on like an odd hour and I walked around the unit. And I think it took 5 times around the unit and it made a mile. And I said, what's wrong with doing that? You say you can't get exercise, you're tired when you go home. If you have a minute to walk around this unit, I think it was like 5 or 6 times, it constituted a mile on their pedometer. Okay. And work care. I created a hydration station. Infection control, you know, we can't have open water bottles and coffee cups and things at the nurse's station. And so we created what we called a hydration station, a healthy snack station, and a relaxation station. Yes. So we created these off to the side areas where you can literally go get and I bought them bottles of water that were like 8 ounces that they could just grab a drink, because that was the complaint during my pre-intervention. That was the complaint. Okay. And then step 5, create a buddy system. Create a buddy system when you're feeling stressed, when you're feeling overwhelmed. Maybe 2 nurses buddy up every shift. Every time we come on, we put 2 nurses together. Now, let's talk critical care because this is where I did it. So most of the time, the ratio is 2 to 1. So if these are my 2 patients, these are your 2 patients. We keep our patients, but we have a buddy system. So when I go on a break, you take care of my patients. When you go on a break, I take care of your patients. You're feeling stressed, you can come get me. In a perfect world, all 5 of these steps would be great. But the truth is, right now, with the current pulse of what's going on with the pandemic, it's just not going to happen for the most part. We have to do what we have to do. But I always tell facilities, if you can practice one of the steps, at least one, it's making a move towards a less stressful environment. Here is the ProQual tool that I used. And no, you can't really see it, but it actually is created by B. Hamford, and you could barely see it, but it's on the website. If you type in ProQual, QOL, this is the actual tool, and I was given permission to use it. It's a professional quality of life scale. They also measure burnout, stress, and trauma. And so I had the nurses fill this out before, which of course it was very negative. Very, I'm stressed out, I'm worn out, help me, And then at the end, not saying at the end of 8 weeks, everything was just roses, but of course, there was a slight change because I did create some of those things that I told you about in my 5 steps. They did have the opportunity to have healthy snacks. That's what I brought every time I came, and water. And they had, in the relaxation station, I created a box so that when nurses or other healthcare providers, it was for everybody on the unit, respiratory therapists, techs, the physicians on site, it was for anybody. They could go in the room, grab something out that relaxation station. I brought like adult coloring books and just different things, books, cards, different things that they could just decompress during a long day or at a stressful time, right after a code. Go sit in the room, maybe do some coloring for a minute to relax you. And a lot of them said that it helped. So not only did they fill out the post survey, they also said to me, these things helped. And so hopefully, I haven't talked to them in a while, but hopefully they're still doing it. I did this back in 2017. So hopefully they're still doing it. I know they were going through some changes with a lot of nurses leaving at the time. So like I said, this isn't a surefire way to do it. But at the end of the day, the nursing staff, so I'm not just talking nurses, I'm talking techs, everyone that works on that floor for 12 hours. They're the front line. And so we must put them first, not saying anyone else is put last. I'm saying because they're the ones with the patients and they absorb a lot of that emotional trauma, we should put them first in creating a positive, less stressful, can't make it completely, stress less, but less stressful environment or culture. That should be our goal. So in conclusion, you only have you to control you. Okay. So first you have to acknowledge, that's that assessment piece, acknowledge. All right. Acknowledge that there is some burnout and compassion fatigue. And it's ultimately your decision to make the best professional or personal move in your career life. The time is now, is what you are. It's not who you are. It's just what you do. But make it the best thing that you do when you're taking care of your patients. So it is important for all nursing staff to belong to professional organizations. And when they do, we need them whole. We need our nurses whole so they can take care of our patients, carry out our physicians' orders, and manage our patient care from beginning to end. And if they're stressed out, burnout, experiencing emotional trauma, it's going to be hard for them to do it. Here are my references that I use. Stam, I always say ham. Stam, B. Stam. He was the one that has the ProQual tool. All right, thank you all for listening. And this is my website for more information, or my email. Feel free to email me if you'd like a copy of the presentation or anything. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Seleti, for giving your valuable information about this topic. So we have got a comments from the chat box. Ms. Vaishnavi, she offered you with very informative, Dr. Seleti. Is there any prospective for compassion fatigue can cause nightmare? The question mark.
Ooh. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. Absolutely. I'm going to give you my personal thing, my personal experience. Yes, I have experienced nightmares. I've seen patients' faces, especially the babies that have died. I've seen their faces. Yes.
Yes. One more to the other comment, Dr. Sisi Sifarnera. Critical issue related to COVID-19 which create compassion fatigue on health professional.
Critical care issue related to COVID-19 which create compassion fatigue on health professional. Is that a question or just looks like a statement? But yes, research has shown that it absolutely has added pressure. I've done some studies, not formal studies, but I've been talking to a lot of nurses. I belong to a lot of groups where I talk to new nurses, and they've said that the COVID-19 has added tremendous amount of stress onto their already stressful jobs. Absolutely. Yes. Especially in critical care.
Yes, slides are excellent and quite informative from Dr. Geneva Edwards.
Well, I had used to work oncology, and I was totally stressed out with that. And I don't see how you worked hospice, but I guess it was good when you saw someone kind of flip the switch and go back the other direction. Death and dying also has a lot of burnout in it. Yours is overlapping with death and dying in general, and then with the COVID, it's just like dropping like flies. And then burnout because nobody knows what to do, correct?
Correct. Yes, absolutely. This is a unprecedented time, as we know. So if you were already experiencing burnout, compassion fatigue, to you, you were just managing. You know how you don't even know you're stressed. You just go in, you do your job. But then when this has been thrown on top of us, literally, even for me as a professor, we were called in to a meeting on Friday at the university. On Friday, we were called into a meeting. They told us, all right, campus closed. We're teaching online starting Monday. You had, some of our older professors, old school professors, not older, but old school professors that weren't used to electronics. They didn't know how to do WebEx. That added stress. So then I can only imagine being a frontline worker, a doctor, a tech, a nurse, a respiratory therapist, and you're already dealing with the everyday, day in, day out stress. And then all of a sudden it's like units shut down, no families, pulse checks coming in, temperature checks, just all this stuff going on that, and then you're scared to bring it home to your family. You have that fear. So yes, absolutely.
Yes, doctor. One more comment from Dr. Sulaiman Sabi. It is great presentation. How do you see such steps translated to academic settings as well? I believe that stress and burnout are also common among nurse faculty.
That is absolutely true. Hello, it's me. Yeah, I'm nurse faculty with stress. Yeah. Yes, in this current situation where we're doing students with virtual labs, and the students are non-traditional. This is not your just graduated high school, I'm going to college. These are students my age and older that are transitioning to nursing school. So then the added stress on the faculty is them not knowing electronics. So we are getting emailed and called all day long. So yes, these steps can be translated as well. It's just, look at the situation we're in though. We can't even do buddy system because we're all at home. nobody can really, support each other other than calling on the phone. So, yeah.
Yes. Thanks again you for stimulating speech at this meeting, Doctor. We hope you can join us again.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Very good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor. So next we have Dr. Tracy Long, family nurse practitioner from Hazina College of Nursing from USA, to join the event and present her talk. Yes, Doctor.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for making time to join together. I love the international feel of this little virtual collective. And it's, again, a pleasure to reap the benefits of your good wisdom from all the different settings that you're in. Thank you for that. Thank you for the privilege of letting me share a couple thoughts of some of the things that I've prepared. And I work as a family nurse practitioner and also a nursing professor. So I love both. And so I split my time between both. I'm also a certified diabetes educator. And so that was the topic that I wanted to bring up today and just give you some updates about diabetes education and some of the materials and things that we have, and then talk briefly about what are we doing technologically to actually address the needs of our patients with diabetes during COVID. Because in most of the clinics, we're still just doing telemedicine. Now, I'm going to try and share my screen and pull up my PowerPoint. I hope this works because I'm working on a new laptop. Let's see if it pulls up. Sorry. Well, let me first address. Drats. I'm not sure why it's not allowing me to show my screen. And I don't want to take too much.
Yes, you can go to share screen, Doctor. You can go to share screen.
Well, I've done that and it's not allowing it. I'm not quite sure why.
You can, if you are facing problem with the presentation PowerPoint, you can send to mail. We will immediately play from behalf of you.
Okay.
You can send mail.
Yeah, if I do that very quickly, and again, I know your time is so precious, and so I'm only going to spend another 30 seconds on this, and then should I send it to Shilpa?
Yes, you can send to Shilpa.
Okay. Well, in the honor of your time, I'm going to move forward without my pictures, which is a shame because they're pretty fun. Anyway, so let's start kind of very, very briefly. I have nothing to disclose as far as connections. I guess I wish I did. I wish I was getting paid lots of money to endorse some of the products that I'm going to talk about, but that's not my motivation. It's really to share with you some of the technologies that we're using to help our patients with diabetes. So the goals of this general little short presentation are basically to just review the 4 types of diabetes, the 7 general treatments that are endorsed by the American Diabetes Association and by the American Association of Clinical Endocrinology, and then also to talk about the updates of 11 new different classes of medications, but mostly to talk about the technology that's available for us to be able to communicate with our patients, receiving their data from their blood glucose measurements virtually by download, especially when we don't have them face to face due to COVID and our restraints of being able to see them in person. So even when I say doing updates of diabetes, I always like to do a little background on the history of diabetes. And we have known about diabetes historically for almost 3,000 years. It was recorded by ancient Ayurvedic medicine and even Hippocrates, the syndrome of having a lot of urination and sweet urination. So the word diabetes was literally first recorded in about 2550 BC, where they recognized that there was a wasting away of the person. They were urinating a lot. Now, of course, they didn't have fancy lab tests at the time. And so they would literally taste the urine, and they began to recognize it was sweet. Or, and we're so glad we don't have to do that anymore, they would also have someone urinate on, the little ant hill. And if the ants came out, they knew that it was high for glucose or sugar or a sweetness for some reason. So the word diabetes meant to siphon through, meaning the water in the food seemed to siphon right through the body. That was a classic type 1. And then they added mellitus years later, and that was recognizing the word sweetness. And so historically, they had no idea what was causing it. They just knew these were the symptoms. So if we look at some of the early treatments of diabetes, they're actually comical to us now, but bless their hearts, they were only doing what they thought was going on with the human body. Some of the first treatments was recorded in about 1000 AD. So about 1,000 years, they still didn't know what to do with it, but now this is what they're trying to do. They put somebody on horseback and ride them around because they thought, well, that's going to stop the urination. Well, it did while they were on the horse. And as soon as they stopped the horse, then of course, now they still are urinating and had that polyuria. So then another almost 1,000 years later, in the 1800s, we have documentation of them bleeding a person. And that was when they used therapeutic phlebotomy. But they would just do bleedings for any disease because they didn't know. They thought maybe it's something in the blood. So all that left them was more dehydrated, more cachetic, and that was problematic. Then another 100 years later, everything in the United Kingdom and Europe was being treated with opium because that was the big opium trade. And so that didn't cure diabetes, but they didn't care, right? Because they got opium for treatment. Then in early 1900s, as all of that was still going on, they were beginning to do dissections of the human body. And they basically would take out an organ in a dog and say, well, what did that do? Finally, they got to the pancreas and they removed the entire pancreas, and it created the same symptoms because it was instant type 1 diabetes with no beta cell production, right? The patient developed type 1 diabetes, which was a dog. So they're like, aha, that's got to be in the pancreas. Now we know what the problem is. Well, kind of. They knew where it was coming from. So they still didn't know. And then they began to extract the juice, literally, the endocrine juice and digestive enzymes from the pancreas, and then inject them into another diabetic dog. And it began to reverse the symptoms. So they said, it's got to be the juice. And so then there was a series of decades where they were struggling and trying to identify how did they refine, right, that juice of that pancreas. Well, they went through starvation diets, overfeeding diets, and the poor patients basically felt like, what happened to the opium? We liked that as a better treatment. Finally, near World War I, there was an Italian doctor named Panesco who actually identified this beta juice. He called it acumetrol. Well, World War I happened and he was pulled away from his research and then went into dealing more with patients and soldiers suffering, and so that got delayed. Finally, Banting and Best, which we know from the United Kingdom and in Europe, discovered then what they refined as insulin. They gave their very first insulin dose to a young boy named Leonard Thompson. Leonard Thompson was an orphan, and so there were no parents around to say, oh, no, you don't. You're not going to just put some mysterious juice into our son. So because he was an orphan, he got the very first human insulin trial. Well, there was a paper or a picture I wanted to show you. Apologize that we don't have that on the screen. And it shows a very cachetic, anorexic looking little child. He was a young tween, right, 13, and looked completely wasting away, which is what the type 1 diabetic patient looked like. He received the insulin. It was a pretty thick sludge of a dose, like a 10 milliliter dosage. And within 3 weeks, he looked like a chubby little boy. So they identified finally what it was that was reversing the diabetes. And then from that point, Eli Lilly began to be the producer of this manufactured insulin. And of course, now we know the history of the story continues where we get now refined synthetic. We were using bovine and porcine insulin, and now we're using a synthetic type of an insulin, which is a human match. And then we have less side effects. And so even just the discovery of insulin absolutely was an amazing marvel of medical discovery that has saved millions and billions of lives for those who had type 1 diabetes. So looking back at the history helps us recognize we've come a long way from identifying how to help people with diabetes mellitus or mellitus, however you choose to pronounce that. So what is diabetes? Well, the American Diabetes Association, in collaboration with the World Health Organization, share a definition, which is pretty lengthy, and this is what it says. Diabetes is a complex chronic illness requiring continuous medical care with multifactorial risk reduction strategies beyond glycemic control. And the definition continues, diabetes is characterized by abnormalities in the metabolism of carbohydrates, fats, and protein, leading to a hyperglycemic state associated with long-term macrovascular and microvascular damage. Well, that's a huge, lengthy definition. Absolutely accurate. But if you use that when you're teaching someone with diabetes, they'd run the other way, right? So a simpler definition is the inability of the body to effectively utilize food. And I like that definition because then we teach our patients what is food. Well, we divide it into 3 categories: carbohydrates, fats, and proteins. We used to think it was all just about the pancreas, but we've learned now the updates of diabetes is it is a multifactorial disease that implicates multi-organs that are involved. So when we look at the physiology of diabetes, we've also come a long way in our understanding. So it's not just about the pancreas, but the other hormones that are involved with general food metabolism have helped the explosion of pharmacological interventions. For example, yes, we know that the hormones involved in food metabolism include the pancreatic hormones of insulin and glucagon, and those are both opposite to each other. If one is up, one goes down, and they have an inverse relationship. Another hormone that we've really just begun to really understand in the last several decades is amylin, which is made in a 1:100 ratio with insulin. So if you have type 1 diabetes and you have absolute beta deficiency, you will also not have amylin. And amylin helps with satiety. It's that brain-stomach connection. And so in the absence of insulin, you also won't have amylin, and that impacts food metabolism and feeling satisfied after a meal. So they have a sensation still of hunger. If you have a type 2 diabetes, you may still have some amylin production, which can be helpful. We see that because of diabetes and the progression of the disease, that beta cell function slowly declines over time. So pancreatic hormones were just one of the hormones related to food metabolism. We also have the gastric enzymes or the intestinal hormones that impact food metabolism. And as those were our updates several decades ago, now we have, again, the explosion of other pharmacological companies that have said, hey, now we understand what's incretin or a GLP-1 or DPP-4 inhibitor. So we can mimic that. And so now we have analogs and synthetics and mimetics that will imitate those intestinal and gastric hormones. that have helped us tremendously with being able to help manage diabetes. We also understand the brain hormones, again, the incretins and the amylins. And then we also better understand the renal hormones that include glucocorticoids, mineral corticoids, and that those are counter-regulatory. We also understand better the impact of the kidneys in being able to dump out excess glucose after a 200 or 250 milligrams per deciliter load in the blood. And so that's super helpful. So even understanding our definition is an update. Understanding the digestive hormones is an update to help us manage diabetes better. When we look at the prevalence of diabetes, although our knowledge is getting better, there is still this huge, pun intended, problem with diabetes, not just in the United States, but worldwide. So prevalence just in the United States is easily 300 or 30 million, but those are known and diagnosed. The unknown are 86 million and climbing. And so we also look at the incidence. There's someone in the United States diagnosed with diabetes, either type 1 or type 2, about every 21 seconds. So even during this short presentation, we'll have dozens and dozens of more people diagnosed. Our diagnostic criteria has increased and is an update in getting more people identified so we can get early treatment. So I had a slide, and hopefully we can repost those slides to you if you'd like those, with the update of diagnostic criteria. And there are 4 current approved diagnostic criteria for diabetes. So one, of course, is just a fasting plasma glucose, and that would be something greater than 125 milligrams per deciliter fasting, and that would be fasting 6 to 8 hours. If then we have and that's diabetic criteria, then we would have a pre-diabetes criteria, and that now is a range somewhere between 100 and 125. Normal, non-diabetic, would be somewhere between 70 and 100. Then the next diagnostic test would be the 2-hour oral glucose tolerance test. And the criteria specifies anything 200 milligrams per deciliter or more after 1 hour, 2 hours is diagnostic for diabetes. The third is using the glycosylated hemoglobin, the A1C. So anything greater than 6.4% is diagnostic of diabetes. And the fourth test is a random blood glucose greater than 200 with at least some signs and symptoms, which are our classic 3 Ps, polyuria, polydipsia, and polyphagia as examples. Now, so updating diabetes diagnostic criteria has been very helpful because it helps us identify who already has diabetes so we can get early treatment. Another update is adding our increased diagnostic criteria to distinguish a type 1 and a type 2. We now understand type 1 is an autoimmune disease. And so we're using antibodies to further identify and distinguish a type 1 and a type 2. When we classify diabetics as type 1, type 2, we also now have LADA, which is latent autoimmune diabetes of the adult, and MODY, mature onset diabetes of the young. Having those 2 additional classes of diabetes also helps us distinguish how best to treat them. And so we now, if I've got a patient in their 20s and they present with signs and symptoms and any of those diagnostic criteria of elevated blood glucose, I will always order antibody studies, because what we might find is that we've got latent autoimmune diabetes of the adult, which looks like type 1, but they're an adult. We originally assumed that all type 1s were children because they had some type of an insult of the beta destruction during childhood. But we find that it's also still possible in their 20s, 30s, and we even had a 60 and a 70-year-old patient who presented with type 1 diabetes after decades of life. And so doing autoimmune studies, antibody studies, is another helpful update. So we'll do GAD, which is glutamic acid decarboxylase. I'll always do a ZNT8 antibody, and I'll always do a C-peptide, because that helps us identify better treatment. If I recognize they're a type 1, and even though they're LATA, sometimes we call that type 1.5, then I have to give them insulin. If they really are a type 2, then I can use some of the other classes of medications for better treatment. So that's a helpful update. Now, when we look at also why are we having a prevalence and an incidence of rising cases of diabetes, we look at the connection between obesity, and literally we can call it diabesity for our type 2s. We look at all people with diabetes, and about 90 to 95% have type 2 diabetes, which is really a connection with overweight, obesity, insulin resistance, and really only 5 to 10% of all of our diabetics have type 1. They have to have diabetes, or they have to have insulin to survive. So knowing that connection with cardiovascular risk factors and metabolic risk factors and weight absolutely help impact our approach towards diabetes. Now, the American Diabetes Association, the American Association of Diabetes Educators, the American Association of Clinical Endocrinologists, and World Health Organization look at 7 treatment strategies. They call them the self-care behaviors or diabetes self-management education. And I call them the 7 M&Ms because it's easier to remember. And yeah, I know it's kind of silly to talk about treating diabetes with M&Ms, but people remember. So what are they? So I talk about that first M is movement, which is a polite way to say exercise, right? The second one is mass reduction, which is a polite way to say lose weight. The third one is monitoring, and it's beyond just monitoring blood sugars. It's monitoring weight, it's monitoring energy, it's monitoring inflammation in the gut and blood pressure and smoking cessation success. All of those kinds of strategies is what we should be monitoring. Their sleep habits, we call them habits of health. And so the very first several are no medications, right? It's just movement, mass reduction, monitoring. The fourth M&M is meal planning, teaching them the relationship with food. So it's all of that would be our first tier of behavior management strategies. And that takes a lot of coaching, a lot of support, a lot of education, but that gives them a lot of hope. Those are for our type 2s. Now for type 1s, we have to do the 5th M, and that's medication, because they have to have insulin. But for 90 to 95% of our patients with diabetes, the first approach is those behavior management strategies. If they can lose 10% of their weight, if they're overweight or more, if they're obese, absolutely we can decrease the need for medication. But unfortunately, human nature tends to be, no, just give me the medication. I literally had a patient last week who weighed 400 pounds. He says, no, my wife says I probably don't eat enough. What? He had no interest in a diet plan. He literally just wanted the medicine. So we go with what they want. We give them our counsel, our advice, but they're adults and they can make decisions. So the next one then is medications, and I'll show you those classes in a minute. The N in M&Ms is no complications. And this is where we need to teach them how to avoid acute and chronic complications that may come with diabetes. The acute complications of hypoglycemia, DKA, and HANCS, or hyperglycemic non-ketotic diabetic syndrome. And we teach about those short-term complications. The chronic complications are everything from head to toe, everything from neuropathies to retinopathies to cardiovascular problems to gastrointestinal to urinary tract, erectile dysfunction, reproductive problems, and then even psychosocial. Diabetes affects the entire body, head to toe, in every system, because sugar belongs to the entire body. So the last M in the M&Ms, or our 7 treatment strategies, includes mental health and problem-solving strategies. So that takes a lot of our time and attention to go through and empower them with the knowledge of those updated strategies to control diabetes instead of having diabetes control them. And that's empowering for the patient. Now, the updates on the medications. We used to think we had 2 choices, insulin and the sulfonylureas. And if you had type 1, you only could have the insulins. If you had type 2, then we gave you a sulfonylurea and the action organ was the pancreas. Well, now, because of our increased understanding of physiology and pathophysiology of the organs involved, we have a lot more choices. And it can be more complicated for the provider trying to choose which combination. But we have some wonderful algorithms provided by the ADA and ACE that say, hey, here's first monotherapy, and the first monotherapy would be metformin, which is a biguanide. In the slides, I have an alphabetical order, the major classes that we have, which would be alpha glucosidase inhibitors, which is acting on the intestines, slowing the surge and the peak rise of blood sugar after a meal. We have the biguanides, which work on the liver and on muscles, and that would be metformin or glucophage. We have the bile acid sequestrants, not used a whole lot, but it does show a decrease in blood sugar. We have dopamine 2 agonists like bromocriptine. That's also not as popular, but it's in the arsenal of choices. We have DPP4 inhibitors like all of the iptins, the linagliptin, saxagliptin, sitagliptin, with some fantastic research to demonstrate efficacy. And we measure all of that by a decrease in A1C. And so that can be from 1 to 1.5 points different. We have the meglitinides, which are also fantastic, nataglitinide, rapinaglinide. We have the SGLT2 and SGLT2 inhibitors, which work on the kidneys, canagliflozin, dapagliflozin, and empagliflozin, which work on renal excretion of excess glucose. We have the what we call the TZDs, pioglitazone, not a super popular choice because of the concern of cardiac arrest or increased myocardial infarctions. All of these medications, of course, have side effects that need to be taught. But the concept is we have more choices. We have more dual therapies and combination therapies that can move the needle on decreasing blood sugar and helping decrease complications. Now, those are just the oral antihyperglycemics. We have now an explosion of injectable antihyperglycemics, including the amylin analogs, the GLP-1 receptor agonists, which are super effective, and then the insulin combinations with GLP-1 receptor agonists. Within just the class of insulins, we've also had an explosion of types. We used to have like 2, short and long. Now we have rapid acting, which includes Fiasp and Aspart, the Novalogs, the Humalogs, but we also have now an inhaled insulin. They had a first trial with nasal insulin, but now we have just a respiratory inhaled Afrezza here in the United States. We have short acting, intermediate, long acting, ultra long acting, and then of course combinations and mixtures out of all of those based on our better understanding of how these insulins work in the body by time. In the slides, I have another graph that shows you that onset, peak, and duration, and show why we have combinations. So understanding our long-acting and our ultra-long-acting has changed our approach, because it's a given that people will have better success if they're given in an ultra-long-acting, which acts like and mimics a basal insulin. Now, talking about the technologies, we have now an explosion of improved glucometers that are now smart meters that have upload apps into people's telephones so that they can also track trends. They have monitors that talk to you and beep to you and send you signals and give you suggestions. And so on the slides, I have some examples of some of the meters that are available here in the United States and the United Kingdom and some in Europe that are tremendous helpmeets for people in understanding the impact of food, exercise, emotions, hormones, female menstrual cycles on their blood sugar at any time. Now, the other huge technology advance is the continuous blood glucose meter that gives people a readout of their blood sugar every 1 to 2 minutes. It's inserted subcutaneously. It's literally measuring interstitial fluid and giving updates every couple minutes, which is, instead of looking at like a blood sugar as taking one photo in time, it's more like a video log that's demonstrating the highs, the lows, the trending. Is it trending high? Is it trending low? So people can anticipate what next do they need to do. Eat less, exercise more, take additional insulin. And so the continuous blood glucose meters has really improved our ability to avoid the most common side effect of hypoglycemia. Now, there's a couple different kinds. We have the professional and the personal. We use a professional in our offices and clinics. By putting it on the person, we then download the information and have them keep a food log that gives us a really good idea about what their patterns are. And we look at pattern management and then teach the patient themselves how to identify the impact, again, of all of these, the foods, the sleep, the exercise on their overall. We hope they choose to then purchase their own continuous glucose meter, a CGM. Insurance coverages vary, and that's always a challenge that we deal with. We then can download something called the ambulatory glucose profile, which can give us up to 2 weeks of information, hour by hour, minute by minute, literally, on what's happening with their blood sugar. That is a tremendous update in technology for us to be able to teach and customize the best for each individual patient. Their work setting may be different. Somebody's maybe working a night shift, and so their ambulatory glucose profile looks very different than someone who works a regular day shift. And that's a huge advantage in being able to customize medications and treatment strategies. Some of the key metrics then for that censored data from a continuous glucose meter include looking at the time in target. And generally, we want them to be in the target range, somewhere between 70 and 180 throughout the day, at least 75% of the time. Now we've got a number and a goal. So those meters help tremendously in identifying where are you in the goal. And if you're not in that 75% range, why not? What's happening? What do we need to change? Do we need to change a medication or something? The other one would be the time of below target range. How often are they dropping into less than 70 milligrams of a blood sugar and hypoglycemia? How percentage of the time are they above the target range? So those give us good information on how to customize their care. Now, lesser technology, but still technology, are the multiple apps that are available even without a CGM. Apps that help people with calorie counting, carb counting, overall food management, anything from the Calorie King, which is something we use a lot, to MyFitnessPal, to Lose It, are really popular apps used here in the United States and variations in Asia and in Europe. That give that person instant feedback on the quality of macronutrients they're eating, micronutrients, weight, sleep cycles are fantastic. Now, just the talking about other technology for delivery devices include the variations and the improvements in insulin pens, everything from the old-fashioned syringes to now smart pens, where literally it's a cartridge and a computer in a pen. So oftentimes people would forget or not recognize how much insulin they had on board. And now the new InPen gives them that information so they know how much insulin did they take several hours ago, how much are they putting on now, so that they avoid too much and then a resultant hypo. So that's a technology that works, that's available. There's Insights by InPen that also gives downloadable graphs and charts for both them and the provider. There is software that allows a patient to upload their information to a physician's clinic, office, phone. And we absolutely have been using that during COVID when we've just been doing telemedicine. We can keep track of patients and identify problems even in times of pandemic and quarantine. And so the technology has been a tremendous asset for being able to help and customize our patients. There's even a smaller device called the Clipsalin, and it's basically a little computer device that clips onto a syringe that also helps identify the flow, the quantity of the insulin, and that can be helpful. Also looking at insulin, continuous subcutaneous insulin infusion devices that we call insulin pumps, has had tremendous explosion in technology. The future is now. We used to only talk about having a closed loop system where it acts like the pancreas itself, where the pancreas is constantly receiving information about insulin, or glucose levels in the bloodstream, and then sending out a bolus of insulin, sending out a basal insulin, a bolus during a meal, basal all the time. And so that's a closed loop. We used to only have an open loop, which meant I had to test the blood sugar, figure out what that was, figure out how much insulin to cover, hope I get it right, and then inject that. And now we have pumps that not only will eject or deliver insulin, basal or bolus, but also are constantly measuring the blood sugar and changing based on the formula of insulin to carb ratio or total daily target insulin that's required. That's an amazing technology that now is creating a closed loop. That kind of an update alone is super exciting. The pumps that we have available are the Medtronic. The most updated is the 670G. It's a hybrid closed loop where it will also bolus glucose in case someone's blood sugar is trending too low.
Hello,
And
doctor.
that's,
Excuse me, doctor. It's
yes.
Yeah, more 5 minutes. 5 minutes more.
Good, and I'm almost done. The second of the third is the Slim one and the Omnipod, which is pumpless. Yeah, so in summary, if you want me to finish now, we have those technologies that absolutely have helped with management of diabetes, definitely here in the United States, and then Europe and the United Kingdom. We're seeing those now moving to the Asia market. And in summary is, with these technologies, we've expanded our approach, our medications, the data capturing of diabetes. But we hope always, and here's always the caveat, that the high tech never surpasses high touch. And of course, that would be the caring component in healthcare. All right, and with that, if anybody has any questions, I can answer any questions. Otherwise, I appreciate your time and attention. And again, I'm excited to share that information with you because we live in a fantastic world. We have challenges, but we also live in a very exciting world that is moving the needle on chronic diseases.
I have a question. We went from blood sticks to hemoglobin A1C. Since we're doing hemoglobin A1C, we have more diabetics diagnosed in the United States. Mm-hmm. What do you feel about hemoglobin A1C? You think that's a good indicator?
I do, and here's the reason why. We have not gone away with finger sticks. We use both of them, recognizing that the hemoglobin A1C is looking at the average glucose level over 3 months. Mm-hmm. It is also contingent on hemoglobin, regular red blood cells. If somebody has a red blood cell dyscrasia, like anemia or sickle cell or thalassemia, mm-hmm. the A1C is not reliable. So it's looking at overall control, However, it does not show you the daily control of blood glucose.
Mhm.
And that's why we need still to do either finger sticks or continuous glucose meter monitoring, because that shows you the daily movement of blood sugars. We also no longer rely just on a fasting blood sugar. That's only one moment in time. What we identify is that most people with diabetes can be okay managed as a fasting, but it's the postprandial blood sugars that are creating the damage, microvascular and in neuropathies. And so it's really a combination and use of tools to help with overall blood glucose. Thanks for your question.
Do you think that once a diabetic is always a diabetic? Because some people have been diabetic and their blood sugar goes and they're normal and they're not taking any medication. But do you think it's still within their system?
There is a very interesting debate going on among endocrinologists, because some will say, yes, absolutely, you still have the physiological problems of trying to maintain blood glucose. However, we see that with gastric bypass, with massive weight loss, the body resets and then acts like it doesn't have diabetes anymore. So some endocrinologists will say, no, they still have diabetes. It's just under better control. And others will say, you have reversed diabetes because now you don't have insulin resistance. The body is now more sensitive. It's working more effectively. And so it's a very good debate. And I don't know what my opinion is on it yet, because I have seen absolute improvement with significant weight loss, 20, 30, 40 or more pounds. They are off medications. Good question.
Thank you.
Any questions? Any questions from the participants? Yes, doctor. Thank you. Thank you. We are very grateful to you to part of your busy schedule to address our small group. Thanks again for your stimulating speech at this meeting. Your message was exactly what we are needed to hear. We hope you can join us again. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
We need your slides, so you can send us your slides.
I just posted them in the chat box. You'll be able to download those, recognize those are copyrighted, but you are welcome to use that information.
Thank you.
Yes, we got.
Yes, thank you. And now I actually have to excuse myself. I actually have another class that I actually have to go teach. And so good luck on the conference, and thank you again for your participation. It was a pleasure joining you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. Yeah, doctor. Next, we will invite Dr. Abdul Aziz Ghanami from Laval University of Canada to join the event.
Did you want to put a 5-minute break in there?
Yes, no problem, doctor. We'll take the 5 minutes break. Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, yes, sir. We'll take 5 minutes break, and then afterwards we will join the event. Just 5 minutes.
Okay, no problem. See you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, hello doctor. Shall we start the program? Hello.
Hello.
Yes, yes, doctor.
How are you?
Yes, we are. We are fine, sir.
Nice to be back.
Yes, yes. So get ready with your PowerPoint presentation.
Okay. Is it clear now? Can you see it?
Yes.
Good, good, good. Is my voice also clear enough?
Yes, yes.
Well, so maybe I guess persons are in different parts in the world, so I don't know whether I should say good afternoon or good evening, good morning. Hello, everybody, regardless where you are or where you're talking from. So today I will just simply be talking about a concept around which we could build an interesting debate, which is related to obesity. It's not very far from what Dr. Longwell was talking about, since he's describing diabetes, and we all know very well the tight links between obesity and diabetes. So I would like to focus about obesity and in the context of defining it or describing it as a consequence of what we have called broken energy homeostasis. So this presentation, I would just start to describing what everybody knows, is that obesity is indeed a huge problem worldwide, as we can see on this map from the World Obesity Federation, that it's getting very high proportions, especially in developed countries. Developing countries are not escaping from it, of course, but worst still in developing countries, as we can see on that map. And since I am in Canada, I just would focus on the numbers that shows that in Canada, like almost 27% of men are obese. So the simple definition of obesity is a consequence leading to excessive fat accumulation, which is, mathematically speaking, the imbalance between the energy intake and the energy expenditure. So what is in is far way more than what goes out in terms of energy balance. Of course, it represents also risk factors for diabetes, cardiovascular disease, cancer, and many other diseases. The question is that why we cannot prevent obesity? Why is obesity hardly reversible? That's the question most of us are asking right now. Why it's such problem? The simple way, or the simple hypothesis to answer this question would be to say that an unhealthy lifestyle, when we talk about lifestyle, it's not only what we eat, it's about what we eat, how long do we sleep, the quality of our sleep, are we active, which kind of activity do we have. We should also talk about psychological status of the person, depression, and all those kind of mood disorders. These kind of disturbed lifestyle, it puts pressure on the energy homeostasis balance and literally breaks it. I will come back to that in the next slide. The second point is that once obesity is established, the mechanisms that were supposed to prevent it are kind of blunted. They are not able anymore to control that energy balance. to better explain that, I believe that a figure would be the best. We all know that the energy balance is what we eat, or what is in, what is out. As we can see, the energy balance is mainly controlled by message from the gastric system, and more generally speaking, the digestive system, in collaboration or in close interaction with brain centers of control of appetite, energy expenditure. So all this system, once under the pressure of an unhealthy or unbalanced lifestyle, high fat diet, inactivity, psychological disorders, probably sleep shortage, because both are linked. This leads to a broken homeostasis. It means inefficient regulation. Those systems that biology gave us within the brain and within the peripheral tissues are not able anymore to prevent it or to balance. Simply speaking, we would be putting a huge pressure on those systems by our bad habits. This simply leads to a blunted mechanism controlling the balance. This would also lead to a modified perception of energy control. This would simply mean that, for instance, once a person gets overweight or develops obesity, that kind or that new body weight, the high one, becomes the reference for the brain. It becomes the